is to simply share some elements and examples of advocacy and how you can think about an advocacy approach to multiple different issues in your field, wherever that field is. And hopefully from there, you'll be able to take on the types of advocacy that you may be interested in. So I'm going to put my presentation on the screen once I am allowed to share my screen from the host, and we can get into it. But I want this to be interactive. I see that we have 60 participants on the call, and I want this to be a fairly interactive exchange. So can I first get a sense of how young is the youngest person here? It may impact how we go about things. So if you think you're one of the younger persons, just tell me your age in the chat. And I have a little bit of a sniffles, but it's just sniffles. So you may see me wipe my nose a little bit. 17, okay. Thank you, Kavina. And I think I have permission to share my screen now. Yes, great. So let's get started. So we're going to be talking about advocacy, and this is just the basics. So when you think of advocacy, whatever space you're in, I want you to just, you don't have to write it, but I want you to just think of what comes to mind when people say advocacy. Forget youth advocacy, forget, whatever types of advocacy. Just when you hear of, oh, they want to do some advocacy around this, what comes to mind? Let's take a moment and just think of what examples, scenarios, activities come to mind for you. Okay, great. Hopefully those came up. And just if you can confirm, are you seeing my full screen or are you seeing multiple slides on the screen? I just want to make sure. Thank you, Anissa, representation. Great point. Are you seeing my full screen or are you seeing a few different slides? I'm not sure what you're seeing.
It's a presenter view and you have something open, so it's blocking.
Oh boy, okay, thank you for that. So let's not do that. Cool. Thank you for that. If it pops up again, you can let me know. The chat should not be showing over your screen. Okay, so thank you for those thoughts, whatever you had. So when people think of advocacy, different things come to mind for them. They think of people holding placards like you see here with messages, they're advocating for something. People may think of advocates who are paid to do advocacy and engage. People think of spokespersons. People even think, violent advocacy, like the Orame Rebellion, which I'm showing on the screen here, which gave us 2 national heroes. And all these things have in common is people motivated by a particular idea or by something that they're passionate about, and that motivation driving them to take some action that involves other people. That is the core essence of advocacy. Taking something that you care about or that you want to see some movement on or you want to see remain, and taking an action in relation to that thing. And that action doesn't have to always be communication. The action doesn't always have to be something public, very public even, but it involves doing something to contribute in a certain way towards some general concept. And I try to get as broad as possible because there are different forms of advocacy. Advocacy can look like mobilizing people to have a stand. It can look like writing letters. It can look like lobbying people individually in your own spheres of influence. It can look like empowering other people in order to let their voice be heard. It can look like representing the views of other people who don't have a voice or a space to get into those conversations. So I want us to first start with the premise that multiple things can become advocacy, and that's okay, because everybody can be involved in advocacy, because everybody has unique ways of going through the world and unique talents that they can use for advocacy purposes. So instead, we can think of advocacy not as a thing, but as an approach, right? Advocacy as an approach is another way to think about it. So here are a few ways of thinking about advocacy. Advocacy could be defined more formally on this first point as the act of supporting a cause through engaging others. And that allows us to have a lot of different options. That's that first point. The second is thinking more what advocacy is concerned with. Advocacy is oftentimes concerned with driving change. And the things that drive that change are advocacy work, right? My favorite, advocacy being a process, not an event. This is the long view of advocacy, where we recognize that advocacy is a series of steps, not simply one major activity, not just one event. But viewing advocacy as a set of steps allows us to view advocacy as a process and as an approach. Advocates use their skills to impact ideas, attitudes, and actions. It's a big thing at advocacy, not just keeping it in your mind or your heart, but actually using your skills to make an impact in some way, shape, or form is the verb advocacy. So we can think of the noun advocacy as that first point, the act of supporting others, or the process of being involved in change. And the verb really is the using of your skills. You're doing something to impact ideas, attitudes, and actions. And then finally, the most genuine advocacy is based on people's personal passions and based on their convictions. And that's really the essence of advocacy from the heart. So when I get interactive with that quickly, I want to find out from you in this meeting, what are some issues that you're passionate about? And I would love if you could raise your hand, write some in the chat first, then raise your hand, and we're going to share a few of those, and we're going to see how we can start from an issue and move to an advocacy platform. I just want to share some of the things that people put in the chat. Advocacy, speaking out for those who can't, that's a very important component of advocacy. Representation, support coming from Vanessa, Akin being the voice of change, defense coming from Shanoy. All of these are actually quite different, but are also all quite accurate. And so thank you for those points. So yeah, take a moment here and think about an issue, a topic, something that you are passionate about. Anything, something that ignites a fire within you. Thank you, Shanae. Thank you, Anna K. And then if anybody wants to share, you can raise your hand and then I will call on you. Give you a minute to dig deep in your heart a little bit and just say what's something that you're really kind of passionate about, which you can talk about for a whole heap of time, because you something that you care about. Thank you for these points. Give you a few more seconds. Okay, if anybody wants to share, you can raise your hand, and we'll be happy to let you include. I just want to get the energy of some of what you guys may think. So if anybody, I think I see. No. Looks like I'm missing. Not sure if I'm seeing everybody in the chat or in the participant section, but it doesn't look like anybody wants to talk about right now. The chat is where it's all at. So you guys have mentioned a lot of different points: mental health, domestic violence and child abuse, rural-urban divide. That's one I'm really passionate about as well. That's a really important one, Anna K. generation gap, public health. Okay, thank you. All right, so we've had, this is a seed that we've planted. You're passionate about something, right? For your issue, and I'm making this generalist because youth, in many different issues affect youth. I want us to dispel this myth that they're like youth stuff and then they're everybody else stuff. Youth exist in the world like everybody else, and these issues just apply to them uniquely. So my approach to youth advocacy is just to do advocacy work because from youth perspectives. And that really is something you learn in advocacy, not to impose a view of what someone else's issues are, but to simply allow for those issues to manifest from their perspective. So when we ask someone, what are women's rights issues? Those are just issues that women have from women's perspectives, issues that youth have from youth perspectives. And you guys have said already, for you guys, these are some issues, sorry, that you care about. So for your issues, I want you to think about what needs to change, just one thing, doesn't have to be the whole thing, or what needs to be done in a way that you would think would improve the issue that you care about. Think about it. So, Veron, you said public health. Give me just if you, and there's many things, but if you could think about something, a concrete thing that you believe, or a set of things that you believe needs to change or needs to be done in relation to what you care about public health, that's what I want you to achieve. For Chanel, who cares about literacy, what needs to change? What needs to be done? Sometimes what needs to be done is different from what needs to change. Think about that. The session is mostly about you. I'm just facilitating your own thinking of youth advocacy. I'll give you a few moments, and I'd love if you could share some of your ideas in the chat. Be specific though. This is the thing we learn in advocacy. Advocacy is actually about taking, in part, about taking things that are general and making them specific so that we can make progress on them.
Rodje?
Yeah?
There are some things blocking your PowerPoint still.
Oh boy, the chat?
Yes, the chat and some other stuff. I'm not sure what they are. There are just some black lines. Well, black shapes.
Lines, oh
black
Lord.
Black shapes.
Okay. Let me try to fix that. Thanks. Let me end the screen share and try it again. Black shapes. Never heard that one before. Okay, I'm trying for version 2. Are you, well, my computer is now a little hung up, but are you still seeing black shapes?
Yes, so I'm not sure what else you probably have open.
I don't have anything else open.
Oh, okay.
And you're seeing black shapes still?
Just one, unless it's a part of the PowerPoint. No, and I'm not sure.
No, I don't think it is.
You're right where the mouse is. Okay, the chat I think just came up.
Oh, I think it's the Zoom. Okay, no problem.
Oh, it's the controls. Okay.
Yes, it's the controls.
Oh.
I wish I knew how to hide those, but I don't. So
someone on our tech team does, and she's going to answer you right now.
Okay, but then I won't be able to see what you guys saying. All right, so you go. So you guys would have typed some stuff in the chat. I may join on my phone. I don't want to hold things up, so I can see the chat. Now, if you did play something that is specific, thank you. We're going to use that as we go through the presentation, and you're going to end up with a small little concept of how you could do advocacy on that specific thing. So thank you for participating in my little thought exercise. Now, I'm going to share a video next, and this is a video of a particular issue that's quite sensitive. It involves children who are in state care, and some of what you'll hear is going to be graphic, but I want you to tell me how you feel at the end of it and what your takeaways were. And I think 17 years old is okay to hear what's about to be played.
April 27th. 2 wards got into a fight after a rap session. One girl came behind another with a broken wine glass and stabbed her over the eye. The other twisted her hand around and forced her to stab herself in the face. Both girls were treated at the hospital.
March 10th. 3 boys were raped by an older ward at the facility. 1 boy is 6 years old and the other 2 are visually and mentally disabled. They report that the older boy inserted his penis and coached them to do the same to him. They kept it a secret because they were told not to tell anyone. The older ward has now been transferred to another facility.
August 31st, a male ward attempted to kill himself by overdosing on prescription medication in the Olden area of the family court. He said his case felt hopeless.
October 26th. A ward with a mental disability was raped by another ward who confessed to taking off the ward's clothes at night and making him bend over. Because the ward is completely... Oh, why did you give me this one? Because the ward is completely mute and cannot speak, he could never report it. And even if they did, would anybody even care?
July 7th. 2 wards, a boy and a girl, were forced to have sex in front of a staff member, Miss Barrett, at the caregiver's cottage. The wards initially refused, but were coerced by the caregiver who said that nobody would know. She told them that nothing would happen if they used a condom and that there's a pill called morning after.
August 4th. Ward attempted to hang himself using a wire tied to a chain link fence. He said his father had not visited him since he had been sent to the facility, and he feels that his parents do not love him. I think nobody thinks about what happens when you send them away. You move them out of one situation, but you kind of put them in these places where they feel so alone. I can't even imagine the desperation he felt to try and hang himself from a chain link fence. How alone he must have felt, Okay. Maybe I'm not the best person for this. All right, let me try again.
So my first question to you is, were you aware that some of these were issues that affect some children, not all? Some children are quite fine in state care, but that affect some children when they get sent to children's homes and places of safety. Did you know that this was a common experience for certain children in certain facilities, and that there are hundreds, close to 2,000 of these cases that groups like JFJ and others have analyzed that it's a wide-scale problem? This is our first question to you. Did you know? And you have the answer to that. You can share it in the chat if you'd like. The next thing is, how do you feel having watched that? And there's no expectation for you to feel a certain way. But identify what emotion, if any, you have. And And it's very important when you plan for advocacy to understand the emotional effect our actions have when we're trying to advocate. So identify and give a name to how you actually feel. Thank you for sharing some of these. Please keep sharing them. I know it's heavy. Thank you. So I'm seeing anger, disgust, disappointment. So another aspect of advocacy is giving voice and visibility to what's really happening and not bypassing and avoiding it if you're an advocate. Now, this doesn't mean that everything needs to be heavy and tough. For the next video I'll show it won't be. But in youth advocacy, many times issues affecting youth and any other group that's marginalized in some way are oftentimes swept under the carpet. And it's the work of advocates to reveal and expose things oftentimes. How we do that, we try to do that in the most appropriate way for the goal that we have. But that's the work. So thank you for those points. And so those of you who have shared your emotions, one of the things that you do when you're constructing advocacy campaigns is you have to think about how you want people to feel. And so when we did this, we put it out, but we haven't really put it too wide, is because we particularly want people to be angry, to feel stunned if they didn't know about it before, and to use that emotion to support a call for a reform of how state care works, a complete overhaul, just change the whole system. And if you think about that request, change the whole system, it's a big request, you'll need a large amount of public or stakeholder support to believe that the system needs to be thrown out. If I were to tell you, I need to change your system entirely, just throw it all out, change up your whole house, change how it's laid out, change your wiring, change everything, you'd want to know, wow, that's a major request. What would convince me that I need to fundamentally change everything about my house? I have to do the work to convince you to make that fundamental change. And you have to have both the facts, know that this is actually something that's credible, and the emotions to support something that wide scale. And so the first tool I want to leave you with is intentionally using information and emotions as fuel for advocacy, and including that in your advocacy planning. That's one important element. So I am sprinkling these things little by little. There's no structure really to how you have to go about exactly planning advocacy. I want to leave you a few nuggets as to how in advocacy work we conceptualize our work. I'm going to show you another video now, which is not related to this one, and it's about trying to get something changed in Parliament. And I'm going to share this one. It is a news coverage of some work that we had done. You'll see my face when I had a different hairstyle.
If me and my neighbor are in a dispute about my property, I have 6 years. But if I'm a victim of sexual harassment, I only have 12 months.
This, for Jamaicans for Justice, is the root issue amidst the public outrage over these comments from the Justice Minister last week.
We don't want the situation that now happens in the Me Too movement in the US, where 30 years later, you talk about I was arrested in the elevator. No, if you don't complain within 12 months, please, cut it off.
The Justice Minister has issued 3 apologies over the comments, but Jamaicans for Justice says the problem still remains. Section 25, subsection 2 of the proposed sexual harassment bill. It says in part, a complaint shall be made within a period of 12 months from the date of the last alleged act. JFJ has listed 4 reasons to extend this period. The first, justice does not have an expiry date.
We think that access to justice as a fundamental human right shouldn't just expire after 12 months, but moreover, this could end up leaving persons in institutions who are predatory sexual harassers.
The second reason, victims are not always able to report quickly.
And so take a grade 5 student, for example, who may not have reported that matter. We don't think that the school should lose their legal responsibility to take action on that matter, and that the family of that child can't bring it to the dedicated tribunal simply because that child waited the next school year to report, or someone waited till they graduated to report because they were worried about impact on them.
The third reason, access to justice is a fundamental human right, and a 12-month restriction cuts off victims from a viable redress. The fourth reason why JFJ argues the clause should be changed, perpetrators and derelict institutions can wait out their victims.
They may even intimidate or threaten a victim for up to 12 months, and after 12 months, there's a bar on that person seeking justice.
And so JFJ, along with women's rights activists like Judith Wedderburn, are calling for the period within which a complaint can be made to be extended to 6 or 7 years.
That will be in coherence with other statutes. I'm saying it cannot be less than 7 years.
Ms. Wedderburn says Mr. Chuck should prove that he is now an ally for women's rights by taking the lead on amending the bill, a step further than his apology.
It is welcome, but it's not sufficient. He needs to take action to mirror what he said in his third apology, which was to be an ally.
In the meantime, JFJ says it will be sending an open letter to the Joint Select Committee.
We will be gathering signatures and support for this open submission from the people, because we believe that the public generally doesn't agree with this, and we'll be up sometime this week. We'll be submitting that to the members of the Joint Select Committee, each one individually and as a group.
The Joint Select Committee is to meet on Thursday to continue its examination of the sexual harassment bill. Giovanni Dennis, TVJ News.
Okay. So my question here is, before we even get into what happened with this case, is what do you remember from the video that you just watched? Just one thing that you remember from the video that you just watched. Okay, once you remember it, that's fine. Okay, so in that particular case, don't know if anybody was the laugh. Oh, yes, the minister's laugh, yes. I don't know if anybody followed this case in the news or this matter in the news or anything like that. But yeah, most people remember the laugh, the chuck, Mr. Chuck and the chuckle, and how insensitive it was. And so with this particular situation, we launched an open letter which got about 3,000 signatures, and we sent it to the Joint Select Committee, and then many of them reversed their positions. And the Joint Select Committee is a committee of parliament, which is the upper house and the lower house, and so it's joint. And then they select the members, so it's select, and then many of them switch their position. And in fact, I go to parliament, I think, next week or the week after to make an argument about this. And so thank you, Anicia. I'm happy that somebody said it. So you remember the fact that there is a 12-month limit. And so this is the next thing when it comes to advocacy work. We don't construct what the TV ends up carrying, but you are watching your news, you hear somebody talking. I need you to remember what I need you to remember. I want you to be annoyed about the fact either that Mr. Chuck has laughed, but that I would have to do that work because Mr. Chuck did it for me. Or I need to remember, hey, you see this big issue of sexual harassment? I know you feel strong about this, but I need to remember that they're only giving you 12 months to report sexual harassment. Remember that, and then take action around it. So the message has to be clear. And then O'Neill, great point there about the comparison between sexual harassment and land dispute. I want you to remember how crazy this sounds. If me and you have a fight over your banana tree over my land, I have 6 years to bring that to court. If you believe that I have sexually harassed you, you only have 12 months, according to the draft bill. So getting the message down to what matters is a key component of advocacy. And sometimes resisting the urge to talk about everything, to talk about that specific thing. So if you go back to the exercise that you guys did at the start, which was take your issue and then think of something specific that needs to change. I'll do the exercise right now. My issue, like one of you guys had, is sexual harassment for this discussion. There are many things that need to change. People need to stop being rapists. The police need to take the people them seriously. We need to have national shelters. We need to update sexual harassment, sexual offenses. There are many things. I'm choosing one specific thing right now to do advocacy on, right? There's a draft bill before Parliament, which means that we can change it. It's going to be much easier than it becomes a law. If we could try to redo the law. The bill being debated by Parliament. I think one thing that needs to change here is the timeline for reporting sexual harassment. That's a specific, achievable thing, right? And so advocacy as a process, whether it's for any group, oftentimes needs specific, achievable steps, unless your advocacy is very, very general and it's simply just about people's ideas. More than likely, it needs specific, achievable steps to be achieved. And so let's talk a little bit now about advocacy actions and how we go about developing advocacy actions. The first thing we do the first bit, is we think it through. We conceptualize your issue down to the root causes. So yeah, you know, I have this issue with sexual harassment. Why does sexual harassment exist in the way that it exists? What are the social factors, the political factors, the economic factors, the legal factors? For me, I care about the legal factors right now. Okay, what's one thing that could help, that may contribute to this issue? The fact that people don't hold people accountable. And the reason they don't hold them accountable because the system does not facilitate easy access to justice. Okay, if that's one specific root cause, what's one specific thing right now that we can focus on? And we can maybe have several specific things, but we need to itemize them. One is the legal framework and making it more enabling. And so let's do an advocacy campaign on this issue. We can get a few thousand people to support it. We can make a little bit of noise in the media. And next thing you know, Parliament will now change their opinion as they have done right now. This is a real example. So the next thing is we plan our actions. What actions within your control could help make the progress on the issue? This is very important. And it's not just for the purpose of planning, but it's about the actions within your control. So when I list everything about sexual harassment, how men are raised, how women are raised, how media influences our ideas, how we're over-sexualized, all those things, I don't have in my control the ability to make impact on all of those issues. I don't. Straightforwardly, I do not. I can't really deal with, you know, the overarching norms and values in overall society. Maybe a different actor can do it, but I can't. I can find a lane that I can manage, actions within my control, meaning that I can make some impact on the issues, even if I can't change them. That would help make progress. And so the next component of advocacy work is actually finding out your lane and being honest about what you can manage. Because if you do any professional advocacy work, like, you know, like me, this is my job. This is like all I do, basically, right? Find ways to make impact on issues. It can become very, very daunting because if you care about the environment, something like the environment, right? Greenhouse gas pollutions, deforestation, this massive stuff. It's very hard to find something that you can actually do that doesn't sound totally minuscule if you have a perspective that your issue you want to make progress on is global warming. Think about that. Your issue is global. You need to have a lot of resources, a lot of a platform to make global impact. And so planning out your actions based on what you can responsibly and reasonably manage is a very important part of advocacy. And it's the distinction between actual advocacy work and just sort of complaining or just sort of being vocal or just being, you know, critical in a good way, or even just being a quote-unquote activist, you know, standing up for something. All that is important. That's important work. But the second, what takes it from being sort of like on the street or in your backyard or just in your mind into advocacy work is that it requires a coherent, logical process of what you can actually achieve. And many times it helps constrain your efforts to things that you can actually achieve. Doesn't mean you stop caring about and talking about those things. But for them to become advocacy actions, we need to actually have a way to make impact. The third thing is we create. So far, I showed you 2 creations. What ideas need to be shared? That's the first question we have to ask. What concepts need to be imparted to other people? Do we need partnerships? Do we need to generate information? You know, for this discussion, because it's a youth conference, I chose to use videos. I could have used reports and texts and articles, but we need to share information in ways that people can understand. And that's why we produce advocacy products. Whatever your issue is, how can you share information in a way that will translate to impact? Then the final thing is to act, is to do the work. And that's the hard part, to actually do the work and not just talk about it, but to do the work. And that work will look different for everybody, which is why I haven't put much else there. So these are just 4 ways, the most simple ways of thinking about advocacy actions. There are many ways that we can think about advocacy work. And they can have very complicated, multiple-page plans that are more detailed than this. But these are the core raw materials for any advocacy planning work. And for youth advocacy, it's where the organizing needs to occur. All right, cool. So I'm gonna move on now and talk about what I think successful advocacy, whether for youth or for anybody, often requires. 1, it requires making concepts understandable for your target audience. So even though and this is the best version of this, is when your audience doesn't even realize it's happening, right? When I simply say, if you scratch my car, you have 6 years to sue me, but if you sexually harass me, I only have 12 months to reach out to the tribunal for you. You get that comparison immediately. I could say, oh, we should align Section 25 of the Sexual Harassment Bill to be in line with the General Statute of Limitations for tort and civil matters. But that's you're not going to understand what that means, right? You don't even know what a statute of limitations is. Some people would, some people don't. So making concepts understandable is the first requirement of successful advocacy. Then you can ask me, what do you mean? Okay, how is it that it's 6 years for land? And then I can explain to you, okay, this is how the law works for these kind of matters. And we are simply saying if the law treats certain matters this way, sexual harassment should be given equal or better treatment. And so that's the first thing. You can't just be speaking to yourself, right? That's important. The second is motivating your audiences to care, you know? And so I show you a video that outrages you because you see children you hear about children being abused, and you get very simple readings of those reports, and you're motivated to care. And then you ground our position in sound reasoning, which is sometimes a combination of one and something else, where we explain, you know, good reasons. And in that video, you know, the video listed our 4 reasons, right? That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 actually, as to why we think this needs to change. Yes, it's absurd, but here are some other good reasons. Perpetrators will just wait out their victims. Institutions shouldn't lose their legal responsibility. Justice doesn't have an expiry date in principle, so there's no reason why we should artificially make it expire. And we go through the list, and then people can get the argument and say, all right, I'll change my position. And so those are some things that successful advocacy will require if you want to make change. Okay. And so moving on now, I think I'm going to show you a different video. And this is going to focus on this number 1, making complex concepts understandable for target audiences.
Greetings and salutations. My name is Krissanna Orr, and today I'm going to talk to you about domestic violence. Now, it's a rough topic, and we don't really want to talk about it, but plenty people need the information, so we have to talk about it. So quick and fast, I'm going to tell you what is domestic violence. How do Jamaican laws protect the victims of domestic violence? What can you do if you're experiencing domestic violence, and what are we at Jamaicans for Justice doing to support the victims of domestic violence? But before we go too deep into the thing, what is domestic violence? Domestic violence refers to any form of violence that occurs in a domestic setting, usually in a marriage or a cohabitation. It can include intimate partner violence, child abuse, elder abuse, or abuse by any member of the household. So like, in a Jamaica, when we talk about domestic violence, you hear people have a little talk, them say man and woman business, like them say a man a beat him wife or something like that. That's not 100% accurate. You know, you have a household helper and her official title is domestic worker. Domestic violence is officially any violence that happens in the household. So in one house or where you have people living together. That could mean violence between two people who are in a couple, whether they are married or unmarried. Abuse of a child that's in the household. And it don't really matter who the pitney belong to, you know, whether I'm my pitney or your pitney or the pitney live there and the family member live elsewhere. As long as a child is in the house and they're experiencing violence, that's domestic violence. Also, if there is abuse of like the grandmother, the grandfather, the auntie, the uncle, the cousin, or sometimes two people there, but them not live together, them visit them one another to spend time. If violence happens there, that is also considered domestic violence. So what does the law say about domestic violence? The law in Jamaica that deals with domestic violence is called the Domestic Violence Act. And under the Domestic Violence Act, a victim can apply for protection from the court in two ways. One, they can apply for a protection order, or they can apply for an occupation order. So I'm going to talk about the protection order. You know, upon TV, you will hear somebody say, I'm going to file for a restraining order. The protection order is kind of like that. It prevents the abuser from coming near to the victim. It means that them can't come where you're there. The occupation order allows the victim to keep living in the household and using the household items, but it excludes the abuser, meaning them can't come at the yard. So I could go in even deeper now. You see the protection order? The protection order will prevent the person from coming to your house, your place of work, your school, your church, anywhere that will affect the victim. But also you can file for it to protect yourself or somebody in your household if the abuser is bothering you. So what we mean when we say them a bother you? Well, we mean them a come at your house and your yard and your church and them a threaten you and them a stress you out. But also them a watch you. Them a lay wait you and the people in your household. Them a call off your phone. Them a cuss you off and them a use abusive language, or them a destroy your property. Them a mash up your things. Them a mash up the things in the house. Them a mash up the things that belong to other people in the house. Then you can get a protection order. Now what a lot of people don't know is this. You don't have to go to the police to get a protection order. You can get it from a court. And when you go to the court, you're going to have to prove one of two things. One, you have to prove that the person has threatened violence or they have been violent to you, or they have caused mental or physical injury to you or somebody in the household, and it's likely that they'll do it again. Or two, you have to prove that under the circumstances, you need the protection order to keep you safe. You see, once you get the order, if they violate it, they can be charged up to $10,000 or they can serve up to 6 months in jail, or both. You see, the protection order, you can think of it as like a little extra backative, because once you have it, the police can arrest the abuser without a warrant if they suspect that they're trying to violate the order, or if they suspect that if they don't arrest them, they're going to try to do you some harm. So that's the protection order. Make we talk about the occupation order now. The court will grant an occupation order if they believe that the abuser is creating risk by being in the home. For instance, if they pose a threat to the victim, or maybe if there's a child in the home who requires a little bit of extra protection. Usually, before granting the occupation order, the court has to notify the people who have an interest in the premises. So that would be like the landlord or the person who owns the premises. They have to come into the court and they have to speak for themselves before the order is granted. Now, all of these orders, you will get them from the court. So you go to your nearest parish court or you go to your nearest family court. And when you get there, this is what you're going to do. You're going to fill out the application and you're going to fill out what is called a written affidavit. Now, the affidavit is just like a document where they make note of everything that is happening in your circumstance. After you fill those out, the court administrator is going to assign you a date and time when you're going to come into court, and then they are going to tell your abuser that you have filled it in and they are going to give them a copy of the application. Once the date and time come, you go before the judge and everything will be decided. Now, there's one thing I want you to know. You never can get it every time, but sometimes you will be able to get an interim order. If you can convince the judge that things are really bad and any delay at all is going to put you at extreme risk, then it's possible for them to speed it up and give you the protection order or the occupation order faster, and it's possible for them to give it to you without letting your abuser know that you have applied for it. But once you get it, they do have to update the abuser, and if they want to, they can come to court and challenge it. So, domestic violence is everywhere, but you don't have to suffer alone. Jamaicans for Justice is here to support you. On our website, you will find the affidavit, you will find the application form. We can help you to fill it out, we can provide you with legal guidance, and depending on the case, we can even go to court with you. You can find us at our website, jamaicansforjustice.org, or you can come down to 2 Fagan Avenue. We're right by the Grand Spend Gully. Now, the Domestic Violence Act, like anything else, it's not perfect. There are gaps. One of the gaps is it doesn't really give you a clear definition for what domestic violence is. And the protection that it offers to women is not enough. I mean, the fine is $10,000. That's not a lot of money. And it's not really going to stop people from abusing. But it's a start. The other thing is the act is kind of old, and maybe that's the reason that it doesn't include social media and the way that people harass each other online. It also doesn't include sexual violence or mental abuse or financial abuse for a reason for coming in to file for the protection order. But we're here, and anything you want to do, we're here and we're willing to support you. If you reach out, I promise you that we are going to reach back. So come in and talk to us.
Okay, thank you, Carla. So what do you remember from that video? Type one thing in the chat. Advocacy is about actually having people remember at least one important thing. So what do you remember? Tell me in the chat. All right, thank you. Appreciate those. And so when we get to that point earlier about making things understandable for people, it was really hard to summarize a whole lot in one video. But advocacy work is not always just kind of like flashy, sexy, high impact. We're doing protest work. Advocacy work oftentimes involves empowering people with information so that they can improve their lives. And it's sort of like the less sensational form of advocacy. But if you can understand, again, that first question about what needs to change around your issue, that determines the style of advocacy that you need. So at JFJ, we determined that, sexual violence is a big thing, domestic violence is a big thing, which there's many things to do. One of the things that we realize that people really don't have is they don't have knowledge. They don't really know what they can get. They think that once something happens, they must run to the police, and the police may not give them what they want all the time. They don't know that they can just go direct and get the protection order without having to get the criminal law involved. And we said, if more people knew about this, then we could actually get the domestic violence act being used more. and maybe we get the act reformed eventually. Then we said, what can we do that's in our control? We can make information available for persons in a format that doesn't require them to read the law. And that's what we did. That's an example of advocacy work. And when you go through that planning process of thinking about the issue, what needs to change and what you can do, you may oftentimes end up with actions that don't really match what you thought you were going to do at the beginning. But that's because advocacy is not knee-jerk. It's not, oh, I want to do a protest. I want to write an article. I want to go and talk in Parliament. It may be, what do I need to do that I am in control of that actually makes progress on the issue that I have determined? And if you do that honestly, it's a lot more humbling because you do what's needed, not what kind of feeds your ego. But also it identifies the gaps that you can fill that many times only you can fill. Oh, I'll get some other points here. Thank you, guys. Domestic violence is not only a man and woman affair. Thank you, Kemar, in the chat. The occupation order is there to exclude the abuse from the household. Very important. Thank you, Thea. Many people don't know about that. Many people don't know you can do that. Thank you for the comment there, Arlene. And that, yes, she was talking in Patois with the subtitles and the sign language on top. A very important point. So we had to make sure that anybody who saw this could engage. You could talk a little in Patois, you had the English subtitles, and if you were deaf, you could get the sign language. So another part of advocacy from Anicia's comment that comes up is trying to be as accessible as possible to build a wide enough base of support. Those are really important components of advocacy work. Okay. Yes, thank you, Akeem. When a couple lives together and they're not married, it can also include and they're violent, that can also be captured by the law in Jamaica. Very good point. So, okay, something worked. You guys got some of the main points. All right, so I'm going to move on now and wrap up. I'm not going to play my next video because we're out of time, and it was a juicy one too, you know, a nice case. So it go. Nope. And so I want us to leave with a few key question. You know, in my barely coherent little presentation to you here with some examples, my only question that I have for you to leave here with, and you can choose to make this just your personal reflection, or you can choose to put this in the chat, is where do you go from here in relation to being any form of an advocate that you believe you can be, even if it's a small step. When I first started out at work, it simply was to volunteer on advocacy campaigns, to do the work that kind of needed to be done, but nobody wanted to do, like copy all the letters and call the people for the event, and do the administrative work that needed to happen, but was not sexy at all, but had to happen to make things go. What do you think you can do in your little space or your big space to do better advocacy work on any issue that you care about? And the issue could be a huge national issue, or it could be a really small issue, like you really don't like seeing people burning garbage in your community. Whatever it is, at your church, at your school, at your workplace, can you bring an advocacy perspective to that work? And with that question, and I'll leave it up on the screen. With that question, I end my presentation of the content, and I'm happy to accept any questions that you guys may have. Hopefully, something in these different slides stuck for you, and you're leaving knowing a little bit more than you had coming in. Thanks for your time. I'm done.
All right, thank you so much for sharing with us, Rodje. As you said during the presentation, and as persons also echoed, it was some of the topics some of the topics that you touched were very sensitive. And for that, I am wondering if it is possible for persons, for you to share information for persons who may need to reach out to a counselor or a psychologist or a hotline. I had that list on my phone somewhere, but I cannot find it right now. Or do they contact JFJ and then JFJ would, send them to where they need to go?
Sure. The best thing to do would be to contact JFJ. and just indicate that you are part of this session, and you were told that we can do a referral for you, because it will depend on what people's circumstances are. If anybody needs a hotline, however, for domestic violence work, then there is a Bureau of Gender Affairs. They have a hotline for men, and they don't remember the number, but you just Google them, you'll find it. And if anybody needs legal services, Jamaican Justice is a place that you can start to get information about. I will drop our information in the chat so that people can access it if they would like. I'll drop our WhatsAppable number.
All right, thank you, Rodje. And the video on domestic violence, is it available on the JFJ website?
It will be shortly. It's not there as yet because some of the, I don't know if you realize, but some of the English to Patois translation never really is too proper. And so we revised it. It's going to be launched. Yeah, it's going to be launched sometimes in the next week, because we're in the 16 days of activism right now for gender-based violence. So you can look out for it.
All right, thank you, Rodje. Does anyone have any questions for Rodje? You can drop it in the chat.
Doesn't sound so.
All right, or well, there are some numbers there. So if you would like to contact him outside of the session or reach out to JFJ outside of the session, then you can do that by those numbers there. Rodje, thank you so much for sharing with us. Oh, okay. Here's a question. How do you handle opposition to advocacy?
Sure, you handle it in a few ways. One is in planning. We plan out what we think people are going to say based on our knowledge of the circumstances, and prepare. Ideally, you prepare messaging that can find consensus, but when you know you're going to have messaging that has a wedge, you prepare responses to those things to either provide a response so that the issue doesn't arise in opposition, or to prepare a response to overcome that opposition. It normally is an issue of planning. However, on the ground, things do come up. People do organize counter advocacy, and at that point, it becomes working the venue that you're putting your advocacy. So you may have to work the media and equip media with responses. So we may say, I may call a journalist and say, I saw you carried a story saying XYZ. Did you know that the facts on this story are actually Y? It may be working with Parliament. So when we do parliamentary work, we oftentimes analyze opposition positions, meaning opposition in general, not political opposition, and provide answers and ways that people could think about the issue differently. The other way is actually not to think of it as opposition, but think of it as a way to strengthen and elevate the message. And it really forces us to get down to the most important thing to communicate. One of the things we have and I teach when I teach debating and that kind of stuff is something called capturing consensus. So if you can, capturing presumption, sorry. So there are certain things that you have subconscious presumption for. So let me give you an example. If I start from the premise that, we pay taxes so that we can have roads, right? That's something I don't have to convince you of. It's something that you have presumption on it. So I can start from that premise and explain to you why a 5-cent increase in taxes may give you better roads. I have your presumption. I don't have to first convince you of the main point to then give you my new point. So it forces us sometimes in advocacy to message in the way that gets to the heart of where we actually have an agreement and then move from there. And if in advocacy planning we have messages on the board and people are saying, oh, there are 5 responses to this, 6 responses to this, 7 to that, we end up coming up with messaging like we did for the sexual harassment bill, where there is really no contest. If I started from the debate, 12 months is too short. The responses are the following. Most jurisdictions in the world have 12 months or less. That's the first response. B, it's an employment tribunal, and most employment matters normally don't go past 12 months. Someone may leave the job after 12 months, and sexual harassment matters are not criminal matters, so they normally have to deal with people who are still working together. There are many responses that people have. So we had to say, okay, what deals with that without having to say it? Oh, compare it to something that everybody already agrees with. Everybody already agrees that we have a general 6-year timeline to deal with civil matters. Compared to civil matters, you start with having presumption and then the debate gets easier. So as a professional advocate, I don't really deal with opposition much because I try to preempt opposition. But when I have to deal with opposition, I try to actually not have opposition. I try to start with consensus so that I don't waste time beating somebody in a debate if I have to, because that doesn't actually get me closer to my goal. That just avoids an obstacle, and then I have to spend my time getting towards my goal. So I try to spend as little time as possible debating people. In the past, I used to do that, but now I just try to get straight to what really, and it takes a lot of time, but it's the most effective way to transform previous opponents into allies. And I see we have a question. Are there ways in which we can partner with JFJ in their project, whether as an organization or a church or personally? Yes, definitely. The best way is just to reach out to JFJ. Reach out to JFJ directly either for volunteering or with proposals. And we have an email address, admin@JamaicansForJustice. It's on our website. That's the easiest way. If you have a particular idea, then you can share that as well. But we're very much open to that. And I see a private question, which I will respond to. But in relation to that private question, it may affect other people. We don't really have requirements to work with us for certain posts, certainly, but just to work with us, we don't. And people want to volunteer, they can email us at volunteer@jamaicansforjustice.org or call the office, and we'll try to find ways to partner with persons. We're also a membership organization, so you can become a member. If you want to work with us in terms of this question I got, then their posts are normally published and then you can apply, so to speak, and those have requirements. So yeah, happy that there's interest in engaging. Thank you for posting that, Janelle in the chat. Volunteer, no S, at JamaicanToJustice.org. All right, and that looks like all the time we have. So over to you.
All right, thank you, Rodje. I was just correcting, I hope I did it right, the email address. All right, so again, thank you so much for sharing with us on youth advocacy. Passionate about, and I actually sit on the advisory council for JAN, and so I mean I've been a little bit absent since school had started and everything, but especially domestic violence, which is something that my seminar group at Norman Manley, we are hoping to do a presentation on, so I'll be reaching out to you for that. There are many issues that I'm concerned about and that our young people are concerned about as well. And so we will be in dialogue. I know that we appreciated the session and that we didn't know. Well, if you learn it, you never know it before. So we learned a lot, and we appreciate you taking the time out of your schedule to be here with us, to share in this way, in this space, with young people who are passionate about God and doing his work, which involves being advocates for those who can't speak for themselves. So thank you again, Rodje, for being here with us.
No problem. Thanks for having me. Have a good rest of your gathering.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Rodje. All right, guys. So what we're going to do, I am asking us, I said I'll take 10 minutes out of your lunch. I'm going to see if I can do it quicker than that. Past and transforming the future. That's the theme for our 25th anniversary celebrations. The chairman for the committee is Mr. Danano Mighty, and we have on the committee Mr. Brian Warren Miss Anna K. Mighty, Miss Daniel Redwood, myself, Miss Darian Palmer, Mr. Jeff Roy Blake, Mrs. Lorianne O'Connor, Miss Renice McFarlane, Mr. Tamar Henry, Mr. Sheena Tucker, and Mr. Zevan, I'm not sure if I pronounced his name right, Zevan Zava, T-Biscuit. Parks. Right, and the committee has a number of activities that will be taking place or have already taken place. And so we had the logo competition in 2019, November 2019, so that was last year. And the logo from that competition was actually supposed to be our 25th anniversary logo, however, bold and beautiful. So we have pushed the date to January 2, 2021. So bear that in mind from now, because if you're enjoying conference now, you're gonna definitely enjoy all of the 25th anniversary activities. But you have to be present and you have to ensure that you remember these dates. All right. And again, everything that I say here will be, if not already, available on our different social media pages. So you have to like, follow, subscribe to ensure that you keep abreast of everything that's happening. The committee also is planning a prayer vigil in the month of January. We will be releasing a magazine as well. We'll be releasing a commemorative magazine for our 25th anniversary. The plan is to have a United Mass Choir perform at Assembly. We will see how that goes for this year.
Come on, Jehovah, say it. Jehovah. Say it. Show me how to do it, y'all. I believe. Say it. Say it. I believe you. I trust. Come on. In you. Oh Lord. Come on. Jehovah, you. Where y'all at? Come on. I trust in you. I believe. Say it. I believe. You are the God of miracles. You are the God of miracles. You are the God of wonder. You are the God of wonder. You are the God all powerful. You are the God all powerful. I believe, say it. I believe. I believe. I believe. I believe. Say it, y'all. I believe. Come on, let your feet get heavy. Let's go. Come on. Somebody make some noise in here. Come on, catch it, Jehovah. I trust in you. Oh Lord, say it. Oh Lord, Jehovah, you. I trust in you. I believe, say it, everybody say it. I believe you. I trust. Come on. In you. Oh Lord. Y'all got your part over here. I can't hear you. Come on, say it. I trust. Say it. In you. I believe. Say it. I believe. You are the God of miracles. You are the God of miracles. You are the God of wonders. You are the God of wonders. You are the God of powerful. You are the God of power. I believe. Say it. I believe. Say it. Say it. Say it. I believe. I believe. Now everybody get radical for 30 seconds. Come on, dance on the devil's head. Come on. Y'all ain't radical enough over here. Balcony, I can't feel ya. Move your feet, everybody, let's go. I see you back there, balcony, y'all gotta come on. Hey, come on. on, say it. So long, bye-bye. Everybody in the building, raise it up, say it. So long, bye-bye. Goodbye to my pain and my sorrow. Goodbye to my pain and my sorrow. Let's go. So long, bye-bye. One more time, everybody in the building, say so long. So long, bye-bye. Hey, come on. So long, bye-bye. Goodbye to my pain. Goodbye to my pain and my sorrow. So long, bye-bye. Just one more time in the balcony, everybody say it, say it. So long, bye-bye. So long, bye-bye. So long, bye-bye. Goodbye to my pain and my sorrow. Goodbye to my pain and my sorrow. So long, bye-bye. Let's go. So long, hey, so long, yeah, so long, hey, so long, yeah, so long, yeah, so long.
All right, thank you, tech team, for the music during our intermission. And I hope everyone got a chance to get their lunch. And I hope you are also reminding your friends, other members of the youth department to log back in for our next session. So we will be starting session number 2 for the day at time. And I'm going to turn over to our moderator, Mr. Jeffroy Blake, treasurer for the youth department.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we are doing the topic adjusting to the new normal, COVID-19 mental health effects and socioeconomic effects as well. So today we have two wonderful and indeed wonderful. We have two presenters here so far, or two presenters are here. Dr. Elizabeth Crossman Nugent and Dr. Shermaine Barrett, if I pronounce your names correctly. And we are in a time where we're wondering how to adjust to what is happening now in society. How can we adjust? So our presenters are here, so I'm going to let them go ahead. Each presenter will speak for 6 to 8 minutes to share their points on this topic, and then we can ask questions in the chat room as soon as during the presentation, if you have questions, you can send them in the chat room. But at this time, I want to welcome our presenters. At this time, I'm going to invite Dr. Crossman to go ahead.
Just before that, could you allow for me to interject for about 2 minutes? Right. Just give me a chance to pull up something on my screen here before we allow Dr. Crossman to begin.
Do you want me to just go ahead, Janine, with the profile for Dr. Crossman?
Sure, go ahead, Jeffroy. Thank you.
So just to get an idea of who will be discussing with us, Dr. Crossman is the head of the psychiatric department at the Cornell Regional Hospital and regional consultant psychiatrist employed to the Western Regional Health Authority since 2004. So you know, she a long time she in the business, so she know her stuff. She completed her secondary education at the Morant Bay High School and Wilmot High School. You know, so she have her education because she have good schools. Also, she attained her Bachelor's of Medicine, Bachelor of Surgery at University of the West Indies, Mona. She then went on to specialize in psychiatry, attaining a Doctorate of Medicine in Psychiatric from the University of the West Indies, Mona. She participated in several workshops locally, regionally, and internationally. She's a member of the International Society of Substance Use Professional, her subsidiary interest is geriatric psychiatry. She was commissioned in 2003 as a captain in the Jamaica Combined Cadet Force. She's a Christian and married to DeVere. She's a mother of Jordan, Joel, like Joy Nolee, and Janae and Josiah. She enjoys outdoor activities, love having fun, and exploring new ideas. I present to you all Dr. Crossman. You may go ahead, Dr. Crossman.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you for having me. And I do hope that as we interact together, we will be able to look at some things that you want to share and to discuss, and we'll be able to highlight some important points, and hopefully by the end of this all we'll be more learned, we'll be able to address certain issues, and we can move on in a positive way. I wanted to give me some time to start sharing my screen for my 5 or 8 minutes that I'm allotted to present to you. Okay, so my topic is going to be looking at the mental health impact of COVID-19. It's taking a while to come up. I guess the internet is a bit slow. Okay, almost there. Okay, great. I hope we're seeing okay. Are we hearing? Hello?
Yes, we are hearing.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, hearing you.
Thank you very much for the feedback. All right, so I'm not so sure what's happening, but it's taking a while to do its thing. Okay. All right, so when we speak about the mental health impact of COVID-19, I'm just going to go ahead. We are actually looking at
Not hearing your sound, Wayne.
I think she's frozen, actually.
No, we have. You're not hearing? Are you hearing me any better?
We're hearing you now.
Hello?
Yes, we're hearing you now.
We're hearing you now, Dr. Crossman.
All right. I'm sorry about that.
We didn't hear you before.
Okay, I don't know what went wrong. All right, let me start again. All right, so what I was saying was that for many years now, mental health has been on the back burner. We have never been seen as very integral as a part of health. We were actually seen as the bastard child. And because of that, persons who develop mental health conditions or mental disorders were actually not treated with any dignity at all. I think COVID-19 has done something positive for us to be able to highlight the needs and to highlight that this is important because of to be holistic in terms of health. You do. So WHO has defined mental health as a state of well-being in which an individual realizes his or her own abilities, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively, and is able to make a contribution to his or her community. And it's simply stating that regardless of what disorder you may suffer from, once you're able to achieve these, you can say that you're mentally healthy. We like to look at mental health, or not even mental health, but health in general, as focusing on the biological, that's your genetic contribution to how your makeup, your medical problems, all of that will fit on the biological, the psychological, what is it that impacts you? And of course, the socio-cultural, your environment, your subcultures, all of this play an important role in how we look at health. And so they came up with what was called the social determinants of health. And a lot of persons have been using these determinants to determine how it is that we adjust to certain situations, how it is that we are shaped, how it is that we can manage individuals. Because if we just manage the biological aspect without looking at the social and the psychological and the cultural aspect, then we are going to be in trouble. So when we look at the social determinants of health, what are we speaking about? We are looking at those childhood experiences that can result in negative outcomes, discrimination or social exclusion, the exposure to violence, substance use disorders. We also want to look at your educational attainment, whether you have a job or whether you do have a job, but you're not secure in the job. We look at poverty in terms of your household and also look at the neighborhood poverty as well. We also focus on the basic needs, housing, food, access to transportation, access to health. And then we look globally at what is happening and how it can impact on us. So things like climate change, pollution, adverse environmental problems in the neighborhood. And those are very important to look at, because if you recognize that a lot of these determinants, we are basically shifting, we are on the borderline, and any wind that blows and it blows the wrong way, then we are going to be in trouble. And of course, that's what COVID did. COVID came like a category 5 hurricane, and it really rubbed us in a negative way. What it did for us, it caused a lot of stress. And I'd like to clarify as to what stress is, because a lot of us say that, boy, I'm stressing or I'm stressed. And we use the term negatively. So let's clear it up now. What is stress? It is not a thing, but it is a reaction to things. And that's very important, because a lot of things happen to a lot of people, but how you react to it becomes very important. So it is what happens when the balance of things is upset. And stress comes from any situation or circumstance that requires behavioral adjustment. So once these things are happening, then we can know what our reactions will be. So we say that COVID-19 is a stressor. And why we are saying that, it really has upset the normal balance of things. And it is a situation or circumstance that has resulted in a multitude of adjustments, particularly behavioral. And we must remember, of course, a lot of things are going to be happening around us in COVID-19, but it is the individual's experience of and the response to the event that is going to determine whether it is stressful. So for some persons, it is okay, but for others, it can be a very stressful event. So we have people expressing different feelings and emotions, and you recognize that for some persons, they have become a little bit more confident because COVID-19 may have it for them. Some may become depressed, may become upset, weepy, frustrated, very hurt, very let down, very abused coming in the puzzle here. We also have persons who may be strengthened, who may be renewed, who may become determined or inspired, refreshed, vibrant, optimistic and enthusiastic. So a lot of feelings and emotions can come into play because of what is happening. It's very important that we look at what is happening. And, you know, a lot of times we talk, but we need to read. And because when we read, we become more knowledgeable about what is happening, and not just read, but read the things that will give us what we call the evidence-based knowledge, so that we can use it. So WHO, which is the World Health Organization, did a survey and it identified triggers to mental health conditions. And we can identify with some of them. Bereavement, you may have lost a loved one. isolation. Persons may become isolated either because they are told to stay home or because of they may be impacted by the virus. There's a loss of income because persons may be out of a job. Those who used to get money from abroad may not be having it coming in. The fear of either catching the virus or passing it on to someone, or just the fear of death, of dying. All of these things are triggers to mental health conditions. So the storm is here. So let's look at some of the mental health impact of COVID-19. There's a fear of contracting the virus, and that's a very real fear. And it is because of what is happening around us. Because if we recognize that the virus, yes, we may say that it's targeting meaning the elderly, which would have more severe symptoms and more at risk of death, but we are really, really unsure as to what will happen to other persons, the young persons, the babies, the youths. So we're not so sure. So the fear of contracting the virus, the immediate effect and the long-term effects, we're really not so sure what's happening. The problems associated with having the virus, the quarantine or the isolation, and trust me, it's not a pretty thing at all, because you're going into a situation where you're not going to be having family members visiting. They can't come in. You can't see them. And the most you can do is use your data to do your video calls, or you do your WhatsApp, or you talk to them over the telephone, but it's not the same as seeing your family members. And then the fear of the unknown. You're in quarantine, you're in isolation, your business is out there, things are there to be done, you don't know what's happening with your children, you don't know what's happening with the rest of your family. So it can be very devastating. Of course, the stigma and discrimination. So the stigma is the thoughts that you have about something, but when you start to exhibit the behavior based on those thoughts, that's called discrimination. And we know what has happened in some communities. Some persons have lost their homes, some persons were driven out of their communities, some persons were driven out of their families. So it is very, very traumatic for some individuals. And the fear of infecting others, because people are really unforgiving, and the fear of death. So these are actual problems that we see with persons having the virus. Problems associated with the lockdown, because believe it or not, we like as a country, as a people, we love to socialize. We love to go out. And whether it's just a church, whether it's just a beach, whether it's just on the corner to talk to your friends, lime a little, we love that because it generates energy, it generates ideas, you laugh a lot, you release a lot of tension, you bounce off ideas, you grow more, you establish your friendships, a lot of things happening. So when you close the public spaces because you want to limit the spread of the virus, we know that there are going to be problems. There's loss of employment. And in a country where a lot of our persons are involved in tourism that face a lot because of this lockdown, we understand a lot of problems happening, because if there's loss of employment and failure of businesses, that means it's going to trickle down to how it affects individuals, affects families, affects communities, and everything on us to have a source of income. And of course, loneliness, because if you're not living with somebody, you're always living by yourself. And when before lockdown, your means of ensuring that you speak to others, that you socialize is by going out. It means that with the lockdown, then loneliness can set in, and that can be very significant in presenting with a lot of mental health disorders. Of course, there's adapting to the changes. Online school can be very frustrating, and for those who have stable internet, who have access to laptop and telephones, it may not be a problem. But for those of us who may have difficulties with having the laptops and having the computers, the tablets, the telephones, it is a problem, and it means that they are going to be a little setback in terms of their peers. It also means that they're not communicating as much with the members in their age group or their peer groups, and therefore they can't bounce off ideas. So it can be very frustrating for the teenager, for the youngster, for the adult, and for the parents, the grandparents as well, because a lot of our children are actually being raised by grandparents, because parents probably went abroad to seek for a better life, and that can be very difficult for them in terms of online school. The stay-at-home jobs, yes, we thought that, wow, it is so nice. You wake up and stay at home, you don't have to go to work, you don't have to drive out, but man, it becomes very distressing. And not only because you're just staying at home, but because there's no outlet for you within the home. There is no space for self sometimes. And also the jobs tend to go on and on and on, meetings way in the night. So it can be very, very distressing. We also have seen an increase in domestic violence, domestic violence and the childhood violence, an increase in substance use disorders and mental illnesses. So we are seeing these increases, and these adaptations cannot be normal at all. And there's a fear of the uncertainties. What's going to happen for school? Will I be finding a job? Are families going to be split up because they're not coping? Are we going to be seeing more families coming together? We're not so sure. What is going to happen to our children and youth, because we don't have the outlet anymore. We don't have the space where they interact and socialize and grow and bond. So we are looking at these things. We're also saying, yes, we're doing online school and we're into the technology, but what happens when they become bombarded by the negatives of the technology? How do we cope? What's going to be the spin-off for these actions, right? And then the long-term complications. They can be biological. We didn't know about CHIKV, and for years on, persons are still having complications from CHIKV. We're not so sure what's going to happen. Vaccination, we're not so sure either. We're not so sure if we're going to get, we're not so sure if it will work. We're not so sure how it will function, if it will function effectively. So there are fears of the uncertainties. So when we put all of this together, we can have a lot of symptoms of stress. There's a long list here, not exhaustive at all, but you can be sleep, you can have depression, you can have feelings of anger or frustration or helplessness. You're not concentrating well, you're having headaches, you become anxious, you have difficulty making decisions, skin problems, all these problems start happening. But our fear is not the symptoms of stress, because these can be acute, meaning that they're just for a short time. But if they become chronic, we know that we can have problems, and these problems can be very instructive and can be very destructive to individuals. So the worsening of physical and mental illnesses, things like memory problems, you have problematic substance use, suicide, depression. So I've presented all this picture, but there must be a ray of hope. And this is presented quite nicely by John F. Kennedy, who gave that the Chinese had two words or two characters that represents crisis, and one represented danger and the other represents opportunity. Can we find the opportunities in the crisis? Yes, you can. And in the words of Bing Crosby, who said you've got to accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative, latch onto the affirmative, don't mess with Mr. In Between. You've got to spread joy up to the maximum, bring gloom down to the minimum, have faith. Ladies and gentlemen, it means that we have to work together. It means that we have to help each other. It means that whatever is happening, if we cannot be able to help our brothers and sisters, then we are going to allow the mental health of COVID to severely impact not only our lives, but the lives of our fellow brothers and sisters, our families and communities. These are my references, and I remind you that there is no health without mental health. And I thank you for this time. I hope I haven't gone over time.
No, Dr. Crossman, you did just well. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
After the next presenter is through, we'll have the necessary questions, because I know some persons will definitely have questions on what you have just presented, because a lot of us can attest that our mental health has been affected during this time. And again, as you highlighted in your presentation, we might have not had the coping mechanisms to deal with this because this was an issue that we didn't speak about. It is now that we're discussing, hey, such and such, and what to cope with. So thank you again, Dr. Crossman. I'm going to just do the profile for Professor Barnett quickly, and then I invite her to come. Dr. Charmaine Barrett is a professor of adult education and workforce development at the University of Technology, Jamaica, where she's the Dean of Faculty of Education and Liberal Studies. She holds a PhD in Work and Human Resource Education from the University of Minnesota, US, and a Master's in Adult Education from the Mount St. Vincent University in Halifax, Canada. Her research and scholarly work has focused on adult teaching and learning, online teaching and learning, workforce education, STEM education, and teacher professional development, among others. She has an author and co-authored several peer-reviewed journal articles, published a book and book chapters, and several other academic publications. As an invited speaker for both locally and internationally, and special guest on several radio interviews and webinars, she has always been willing to share her in-depth knowledge and expert opinion on the topic related to her areas of research and scholarly work. She has also been invited to participate in several forums in various regions of the world: Africa, Europe, Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean. Professor Barrett currently serves as president of the Jamaica Council for Adult Education, JACAE, and the Caribbean vice president of the International Council for Adult Education, ICAE. She is married and she has one beautiful daughter. At this time, let us welcome Professor Barrett.
I thank you so much, and I hope you're hearing me. So let's clear that first.
Yes, we're hearing you loud and clear, Dr. Barrett.
All right, and I hope I have permission to share.
Yes, you do.
All right, so I'll go ahead and share, and then, right. In the meantime, I'm saying good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for the opportunity, for the invitation, first of all, to share and just to make some connections, because right at this point, I am not fellowshipping with the Baptist, but I was born and raised Baptist and have my heart tied to Baptists. I was a member of the Brownstone Baptist Church for many, many years, and still consider myself very associated with them. So it's a pleasure to be with the Baptist Union and particularly the youth department, because it's always good for me when I see young people engaging with topics of currency and of import for our country. So I was asked to speak a little around the socioeconomic effects of COVID, and also to look at strategies. So, but my approach will be to share a little around the economic effects and hopefully wait for discussion to bring out the strategies that we will interrogate together. The first speaker, whose name I will get fully in a short time, but for now, I hope she can excuse me for saying the first speaker, because I'm not getting the name so readily. But it was impossible for her to do her presentation and not speak to some of the things that I will address, because those are the very things that interfere or could lead to mental health issues. And so you will hear me saying some of the things that she has said, but I want to go into some general comments first of all. And the first thing is to acknowledge that the 7.8 billion persons in the world have been impacted by this virus, some more devastatingly than others, but we have all been impacted. And as a result of that, governments and citizens like you and I are prompted to start rethinking how life should be in a new normal, because that is exactly where we would be. And going forward, it has got to be a new normal. And so the third point I'd like to make is that quarantines and curfews have been identified as the best actions against COVID across the world. And so we have different levels of quarantine, different levels of curfews taking place here in Jamaica and otherwise. But as we would have experienced, that this has been a challenge for many of us, because it has the potential for drastic socioeconomic consequences for many persons, and particularly for persons within developing countries like Jamaica, and that we have been identified as the groups that will most be affected in the long term. And so that to look at that is an important factor for us. And I'm pleased that the young people have decided, you have decided to look at this. So of course, one of the major socioeconomic challenges would be income loss, job loss, which would has the potential to lead to increased poverty. And so that's something that I want to interrogate for quite a bit here in the few minutes that I have. So social distancing, lockdown, quarantines, they imply a slowdown, or in many cases, a complete stop of the economic functions of society. And this could have potential for serious kinds of activities, crashing of markets and closure of businesses. And of course, if there's closure of businesses, we know that millions of persons will be sent home. In fact, the ILO pointed out to us that early in the process, from way down in April, 1.6 billion informal workers lost 60% of their income. And this group of persons had little to no savings. And so and no access to social protection. And this is one of the things that really influenced my own thoughts and really affect me and my perspective. The fact that this group of persons, informal workers, which you will see coming out further down, has quite a bit of effect on our societies because of the lack of social protection for many of these persons. So 40 to 60 million people, it is estimated, will be pushed into extreme poverty because of the economic shock of COVID, according to the World Bank. So this has implications for all of us. To look more closely at Jamaica, what's happening here? Now, as was said earlier, the Jamaican economy is highly dependent on the service industry. The main industry there is tourism, representing, according to IMF, 20% of Jamaica's GDP. But we all know that tourism is one of the hardest hit sectors of the economic sector as a result of COVID. And so earlier on, and I want you to note that this was earlier on, like about April, May, when the Minister of Tourism was sharing that approximately 120,000 persons, or 75% of the workers in the Jamaican tourism industry, had been laid off. Can you imagine 120,000 persons? And that was early on. And of the 40,000 that remained, and these, it's important to know that these were hotel staff. So all the informal work around that is not included here, as you will see in the next point to be made. These persons, the 40,000 who remained, were not even in full jobs. They were working either 2 or 3 days of a week and with reduced pay. So one way or the other, they are affected. So they're happy to be in their work, but it's less hours and it's reduced pay. And so, as I said before, those numbers do not include the informal workers that make up quite a bit of the hotel industry. So unregistered workers, as it says, represent 47% of the hotel and restaurant industry and 60% in transportation. So you can imagine the devastation that is taking place in our economy, but more importantly, where I want to focus is within households. Let's step out of the tourism industry for a while though. Other businesses, manufacturing, sales, food and beverage, banking, or other industries have resorted to part-time arrangements. And if you're part-time, it's going to affect your income. Some short-term layoffs because the industrial relations, the work orders allow for that kind of thing to take place. Indefinite shutdown would lead to people being sent home without funds. And so a big thing in Jamaica, we go back to the topic of the informal worker. 60% of Jamaica's workforce is said to be in the informal sector. And I like to talk about the gig economy. And the gig economy surrounds short-term jobs. And this group of persons have been disproportionately affected negatively by the COVID. And for me, this point is significant for the group on this platform here today, because this is the mode of operation for most of our young people. They are engaged in this gig kind of arrangement. It's short-term contracts. And so they have no kind of support from employers in the case of shutdown or short-term layoffs or so. There's nothing for them to get because it's a short-term contract that you had in the first place. And I want to point out here that most of the figures that we have been quoting do not take into account the entertainment industry, which is accounts for a large percentage of the economy. I'm not remembering the percentage right now because I didn't write it here, but the entertainment industry attracts a large percentage of the youth. And we all know Christmas is coming up and we thought we would have a little opening, but no, in fact, there's a tightening, especially over particularly the holidays. And so that will continue to affect the entertainment industry. We can't talk about Jamaica's economy, Jamaica's economic system, Jamaica's income for families without looking at remittances. And so low-income countries, middle-income countries are said to be the ones that will experience some 20% of fallout coming out of remittances. Remittances in Jamaica is widespread. The Jamaican Survey of Living Conditions show that 51% of Jamaica's population, that means on this platform, people are affected by it. 49.5% of households receive remittances. And then look at it. 63.2% of our remittances come from the US. And so let's look a little at what is happening in the US. The COVID is not going anywhere. It is 200,000 persons infected, reported infected daily. Recently, 1.1 million students were sent home in New York. New York is the hub of a lot of what we get in Jamaica as remittance from the US. It's the leading area. So what happens there affects us directly in terms of remittances. And so we can't just look at it from Jamaica, we have to look at it there. And then you look 13.5% coming from the UK, 9.3% coming from Canada. And so and this is according to Bank of Jamaica. So we have to engage ourselves with what's happening in these territories because it has a direct impact on what happens locally in terms of our socioeconomic impact. So families are affected because they are not able to provide for their basic needs, food, potable water, healthcare, education for their children. And so we'll steer in the face of increased poverty and destitution. It results in pressure on government resources, leading to the inability of government to provide adequate support for vulnerable families. And a biggie for me, and that would concern many persons, is the possibility of increased criminality as destitute individuals seek to survive. So isn't this an agenda item that is of importance? Yes, and you have seen that. The other area I want to point out here is the fact of students being out of physical school. Across the world, nearly 1.2 billion learners, or 68% of the total students enrolled, will be affected, have been affected by this particular phenomenon coming out of the COVID-19. Students are forced to learn online, but as we said before, families are challenged economically. There is loss of job. There is loss of income, whether it be a job or your own business, or you're selling in the market, or you're selling on different ways. And so parents are not able to provide the resources for their students to engage in the online environment. And that might be a tablet, it might be to pay for the data. You hear it all around, people crying out, they don't have no money to buy any more data, those kinds of issues. They are real. And those are some of the impacts that's taking place and how it affects us for the closure of physical schools. But something that is of import that we must pay attention to is that a large majority, quite a bit of students, depend on school for at least one meal for the day. And so students being out of physical school means that they are out of a meal for the day. So that's an important area to pay attention to. And then there is the reduction of the opportunity for access to scholarships, particularly around athletics. So you're not in school, you're not able to participate. The athletic engagements are not taking place. So persons are not able to see promising athletes. And so this is another area that creates stress for parents. Some looking forward to their sons or their daughters getting a scholarship because of their athletic prowess. And here it is, that seem to be robbed of them. And so persons are not able to participate and to contribute to benefit from that process. And then my final point here is that it has implications for students' social and emotional well-being, as social interaction is a vital part of the lives of young people. And this was pointed out in the first presentation, that we are social people, we are social beings, we like to interact. And school is an area in which young people interact and engage with each other. And so the absence of that opportunity to engage, of course, will take us back in the field of mental health and just our personal well-being to be able to function. So the point being made here is that this has impact for our students and for our interaction together. So here are some of my references, and I hope that as we discuss in the question and answer, then more will come out and more of the strategies of how we can engage to solve or just to deal with the new normal will come out. Thank you so much.
Thanks again, Dr. Barnett. Thank you very much. We see how these two presentations has tied in. We looked on the mental aspect of things, and we also look on the economical aspect of things. And I say to persons, some persons say that they are not affected by COVID. And I said, whether or not you sit and you look on things, you are affected by this pandemic one way or the other. It does not mean it's directly affecting you. It's affecting your household, where you work, your job, and your children. And an interesting point that you highlighted is that many of our children look, one of the meals that they look forward to would have been at school, because the PATH program, over the years, the PATH program has done much more in terms of providing meals for students throughout the day. So just imagine some of our students without having that meal, especially for those. Please note who are on PATH. Note who is on PATH, and then to think of those persons, the parents at home not being able to provide for their children at this time. Can just imagine what is happening. So I'm just asking if anyone has any questions. You may put them in the chat. You may put your questions in the chat. But a question I have for you, Dr. Crossman, is that I know you touched on it briefly in your presentation. I just want to ask, do you think that the use of substance abuse has increased since the COVID-19 pandemic came into power?
Okay, so the substance use disorders, when we speak about substances, we are looking at nicotine, alcohol, marijuana, and to a lesser extent, crack cocaine. I don't have them in the specific order of how they rank in Jamaica, but alcohol is the one that's most used. And I know that marijuana is rivaling alcohol at this point in time. What we are seeing is that because a lot of children, a lot of youths have become very frustrated. I shouldn't say youths only, a lot of persons have become very frustrated, but I'm going to be targeting youths. And why I want to target youths, because I don't think young people fully understand the gravity of what marijuana does to the brain. And when you are in a peer group, if you go down on the corner, because sometimes, we like to go outside. We know that we must stand our yard, but we still want to go outside and, talk to the bedroom. We make sure we have on a face mask, and we, ensure that we are sanitizing and everything. But we are, everywhere we look on the media, or top performers in our culture, most of them use marijuana. And it is touted to be, make you feel good, man, make you relax, make you hold of vibes, the niceties of marijuana. And so we are seeing a lot more of our young persons engaging in the use of marijuana. And why it becomes very disheartening for us as psychiatrists is because once we see that youth who is exposed to marijuana, and I shouldn't say youth, that child, because they are starting earlier and earlier, because adults are leaving it around the house and they're experimenting. So once they start using, it's going to cause damage to the brain. And once it damage to the brain, because we know that the brain development continues up to age 26, And once you damage the brain, it means that you're going to be developing a damaged brain. And so the time when you first present to the psychiatrist because you're behaving in a bizarre manner or you're not your normal self, that for us is not a good sign, because it means that your brain is so damaged now that yes, we may be able to help in controlling the symptoms, but we can't say for sure if you're not going to be on medication for the rest of your life. So the increase in the use of substances is not a very good sign for us. And so we want to ensure that youths and children develop, learn the skills, become emotionally intelligent, learn to identify your emotions, know what feelings go with whatever you're feeling, and be able to identify, to label, and to effect and to cope good strategies for dealing with these emotions. Because if you can do that, if you can find a friend that has some wholesome talk, or even an adult, a parent to guide, it means that that individual, that youth, that child is going to be better off in coping, using the coping strategies, positive coping strategies, than turning to substances.
Thank you, Dr. Crossman. One of the things you said earlier is that mental health has not, we did not speak about it as how it should have been being discussed, because it was if you want to say taboo,
Yeah.
it was a taboo topic, like how some of us in the church don't like to talk about sex. It was one of those taboo topics. But my question is that how can we bring awareness to this, not only from the adult perspective, but also our children? And one of the things I noticed on social media, you see, you have a lot of persons posting different things, and you wonder that, hey, our young people are going through, they are aware of the mental illnesses, they are aware of the different things, but how do they cope with them? And how can we bring the necessary awareness to this?
Okay, so a lot of, and I must commend the Baptist Youth Department, because for even bringing us on this session, and that's very important. So we have been looking at various ways in which we can promote health, and also for persons having an understanding of mental disorders, and so be able to prevent mental illnesses. And so we try to do that by educating first our youngsters and parents, because what we want them to do is to be able to train their children into being able to identify. So one of the things that we practice is emotional intelligence, very important, because if we are able for young persons from the get-go to identify feelings and be able to manage, then we are able to prevent some of the mental disorders. Then we have had several programs where we have been educating our guidance counselors to what was called the mental health literacy for schools. So we are using that sort of medium to be able for them to identify children in schools and to be able to talk to them and to be able to refer appropriately. We also want to look at peer, because if young people talk to young people, it's better than an older person talking to a young people. It's more receptive. And my children will tell me, boy, I listen to my friends more than I listen to the older persons, right? So if we can go about looking in that direction, then we'll be able to do it even better. Very interestingly, for this year, the Ministry of Health has launched what is called a mental health response, where they are asking volunteers to be able to sign up, to be trained in learning what we call psychological first aid, which is that persons would be able, it's just like a first aid. When you see somebody bleeding, you say, oh, you need to wash it off, you need to put a bandage, or you see a house on fire, say, no, what you need to do, drop, roll, and get them out of the house, the first aid principles. So if we are able to train persons in communities, because that's what we want to do, find persons on the grass level, persons who are there every day, who knows Mr. Blake, who knows his mother, knows his father, know him from a little boy, and say, yeah, man, I know him, and I never saw him did stay. Something changed about him. I mean, let me go talk to him and find out what's happening. If we can find those individuals and be able to train them so that they can identify, and when they identify, then they can initiate some psychological first aid, and then to refer, then we know that that would go a very good way in enabling persons to understand more about mental health, to decrease stigma and discrimination, because that's the biggest challenge for us, the stigma and discrimination. And that's why a lot of persons don't come out to say that, listen, I have a mental health problem, because of the backlash that can come from it. So if we can train persons, and listen, stigma and discrimination is very prominent in the church. I can tell you that, because a lot of it is, you do God something, man, or the demons inside you, so that's a form of discrimination. And if we are able to get persons on that platform where they can see that, listen, mental disorders are no respect of persons. They are getting worse over the years. More persons are going to be treated, diagnosed and treated for mental disorder. If we can come to that awareness and get persons on board, I believe we can go far places.
Thank you, Dr. Crossman. Thank you for your answers just now, and indeed I'm taking note of them, and I hope those who are watching us and joining us are taking note of same. Thank you again. Dr. Barrett spoke on the effects, the financial and the socioeconomic effects of this pandemic on our economic systems. But I want to know strategies that we can put in place. Dr. Barrett, how can we overcome these challenges? Because one of the things is that many times we are stuck in the problem and we don't look for the solution or go after the solution. We just focus on being stuck. And we do not get into our minds of being creative enough to say, I can think of this, I can do this idea, I can go out and do this. So what are some strategies that we can put into place to help during this time?
Well, thanks for that question, but that's a question that we have to, each family, each person has to engage with on an individual level, but also we do it together. Yes. But in response, I'd like to talk about 3 concepts that I think are very useful in situations of crisis. And for 3 of the concepts that I have been engaging with and thinking around arising out of the COVID. The first is interdependence, and that the COVID has really demonstrated our interdependence. However, the COVID is pushing us away. It's trying to create a break, but what it shows is that's why it ends up being a mental health issue, because of our interdependence. We depend on others, we depend on each other. As we said before, Dr. Crossman mentioned it, and I also spoke to the fact that we are social beings. There's interdependence and in dealing with this thing as we follow the rules, which means you wear your mask, because wearing your mask, for example, helps you to protect me and me to protect you. So that's a basic thing that we can all do. Now, I made mention of the entertainment industry being badly affected. And one of the things that came out from the entertainment sector is that the government did have meetings and open up the sector a bit and gave limitations, 200 or 250, I think, persons, and certain kinds of protocols to be put in place. But we didn't remember our interdependentness. And so people did their own things and we violated the rules. We had other parties where you saw people who are supposed to be leaders in the country doing as they please, no mask, dancing around. So that sense of responsibility to each other if we maintain that, that's one thing that we can each do to facilitate our response to the COVID-19, such that we can have people going to work. But if we have to lock down again, or still put these measures in place, not the curfew, and then we limit our ability to resist, to fight back in terms of our economy, because persons will not be able to go out to work. So that sense of responsibility to each other is one strategy that we should embrace. Young people, I remember seeing people coming from what is that beach over in Portmore area, and police scooping up a whole bit of persons because they said you should be in by a certain time, but people were busy going to the beach. So strategy number one is to acknowledge our interdependence and our responsibility to ourselves and to each other. Big thing. Seems small, but it's a big thing. It's how we interact with each other. The other thing then is the other concept. Remember I said 3. So the other concept is resilience. I love the word because the word just pretty, but I also love it because of what it says. And you said that you spoke to the opposite. You say sometimes we become stuck. So resilience says it's a mindset not to be defeated. It's a mindset that looks for alternatives. And that leads me to the third concept, which is adaptability. Adaptability demonstrates a growth mindset. It's a mindset that says, okay, so this is not working for me. Here I'm presented with some other factors. How am I going to use this? A simple phrase that we use a lot in Jamaica is, if you get life throw lime at you, make limeade, make lemonade. That's what adaptability is about. So some persons, for example, we go back to the entertainment sector. Some persons will mope and carry on because you are used to live shows. But many persons have gone on and are using the online platform and are releasing new albums and are making a killing. You interview some and they say it's a good period for them because they have reinvented themselves. So one of the strategies is exactly that, to reinvent, to look at what you have. What can I do differently? How can I do it differently? And I want to suggest that it's within us. I heard a principal talking about parents, students who are going to other students' homes just to use the internet. We have it within us to do what Miss Lou said, turn we hand, make fashion. So if it is lime that we get, we're going turn we hand and make limeade. You thought you were going to get us down. So 3 concepts I want to leave with us as we look at strategies. The first is our interdependence and the responsibility to each other. The second is a resilient mindset, one that says, I'm going to come out of this. I dare say, not being anyway trained in psychiatry or so, to say that this is a mindset that will help us to deal with our mental health. And the third is adaptability, our willingness to learn to do things differently. So for example, we have to learn to operate in the online platform and to do things differently, have our online parties, get whatever thing we need to get, whatever software to be able to function in that way. So those are some things I would offer in the first instance.
Thank you, Dr. Barrett. Indeed, we as a youth department and we as Baptists, we have started the adapting process in terms of, we're adapting now in terms of using the internet. I see a question in the chat, but I want to remind us of a quote by Lewis Thomas, and I think it's 1981. He says, our behavior towards each other is the strangest, most unpredictable, and most unaccountable of all phenomena with which we are obliged to live. In all of nature, there's nothing so threatening humanity as humanity itself.
That's right.
As you highlighted that we we are the ones that is causing things to basically hold on for so long, because if we had just followed the protocols and do what is necessary, I think we would be in a better place at this time. But I'm just going to go to a question by Miss Annika Martin that says, how much does indiscipline contribute to adjusting to the new norm?
If I might take that, I believe it plays a big role. If you look at what the news that's coming out as people look at the countries that are dealing the best with this crisis, it talks a lot about Asian countries. And what are those? Those countries are not highly democratic. And tied to that is a level of discipline that we would need in our own countries. The debate is out now whether the democracy is proving to be a failure in dealing with this kind of crisis. And that's because democracy, let's go back again and look at the US. I was reflecting on it this morning, and I'm saying part of the challenge with the US is its own democracy and free speech and free, the individualism that says, I have the right for me. It's about me, it's about my right. And so I want to go out. I want to go to the beach. I must be allowed to go. And so basically, yes, that lack of discipline that's tied to a sense of responsibility, I believe, has a big role to play in all of this. And in some countries where they are doing well, it's not always the case, but in some countries where they are doing well, they are more highly disciplined societies, I dare say, when I look at the countries that are doing the best. Of course, there are some disciplined countries that are still struggling, but when you look in it, you will find that at the root of it is people wanting their individuality, to shine, their way of doing things, what they are normally accustomed to. You look at the countries in Europe, a big issue is that they like to eat out, and you are preventing me from eating out. And so that creates a problem. So I believe discipline is important, and indiscipline is a real culprit in this situation.
Thank you. That is indeed so true. That is indeed so true. And one of the interesting things you see is that you highlighted it while I think you were answering a question, or when you were presenting, is that it is not the ordinary people in Jamaica that is what you would say breaching the COVID rules. Is the persons in society that we say, oh, these are persons that we look up to and expect that they will be leading by example. So when you see persons that you think should be leading by example, not leading by example, you say, no, sure, I'm not wearing a mask, I'm not doing this. And I remember I went to a supermarket recently, and I went in, and I realized that no, the persons who were cashing, the persons who were doing everything in the supermarket did not have on a mask. And people was just moving about like it is in the previous times. And when I put on my mask, somebody said, "Where you put that on for?" So I looked at the person and I said, "Are you okay? Do you know what is happening?" No, man, me not have COVID. And they say, "No, I may just leave the supermarket." And I think we need to reach the place where we actually move away from being indisciplined and being disciplined enough to follow the rules and protocols. And I guess many people might have said, because of this a party or this or that. When it comes on to your health, it does not go by any party. When it comes on in protecting yourself, it does not come by what you think is your political beliefs. Your health is your responsibility, as they would always say. So you have to protect your health. One more question for Dr. Crossman. Is, and I really I do not want to make it seem as if I'm focusing a lot on the mental, but indeed the mental, as you said, is not being discussed in the way that it should be being discussed. So I just want to as we get to wrap up, actually, in your final comments, the mental aspect of it, how can we as a church I know we're having discussion as a youth department. I'm seeing a question from Miss Anake. Could you remind me of the question, please, so I can ask Dr. Crossman? Okay, thank you. So, Dr. Crossman, a question from Anake. What advice would you give to persons who have been diagnosed with mental issues, clinical depression, anxiety during this time? Because truthfully, while having a mindset is good, persons have chemical imbalances that make coping increasingly difficult.
Yeah. Thank you for that question, Miss Anake. I normally when we treat or when we speak with individuals who have been diagnosed with mental health issues, one of the things that we look at what is happening. So we don't, it's not a general thing. It's going to be dependent, of course, on the individual that is before you. What are the issues that they are bringing to the table? And also how is it that it is impacting them? So there's a variety of things, but generally we can speak to the diagnosis one. We can speak to whether we are going to be using psychotherapy, because I strongly believe that counseling is very important going through these conditions. I strongly believe in support systems. So yes, you may have your counselor, but you also should have other persons who can surround you, who can provide that support for you during this time. Also, different activities. So it depends on what is happening with the individual, as I said before. And you do bring forth a good point, because a lot of times when persons come in very depressed or very anxious, it doesn't matter what you say to them. Their thing is that, listen, nobody can get me out of this right now. This is how I'm feeling right now. And no matter what you say, this is how I'm feeling. And it's hard and you're going through. And I always say to them, baby steps. You're going to take baby steps. And I will remind them that, listen, you are not alone. Others have gone through it. We are here to walk with you on the journey. We are here to guide you, to hold your hand, but we can't do it without you coming with us. So it's about holding the person. It's about walking with them through the difficulties and the challenges, and seeing how best we are able to help them get through those hurdles. So it's not very easy, I can tell you that much. It is easier said than done, because when you're feeling really down and the challenges are upon you, you don't know where to turn, because they may have economic challenges and they may turn everywhere. I can't shelve out any loan and give them. So we have to deal with those things. They may not have any food. I might be able to help them a little, because I can talk to my social worker and say, let us help this person. But that may just be for the short time. So we have to look at long-term plans. So it means that there are a lot of things that are going to come into play when we have diagnosed this individual and when we set out to treat this individual. As I mentioned before, when we set out to treat, or when we set out to diagnose, we look at the the psychological and the socioeconomic issues that are impacting these individuals. And when we take that into consideration, our management is going to focus on all of those issues. So it's not just the depression, because there'll be other things that may be causing the depression, and that's where we need to hit at. And that's what we may need to target and get the action in there so that we can lift the person from the depressed mode. Of course, a good church family and the support of, I always tell persons, listen, man, you must have somebody that you can talk to in the church. If it's not your church, find another church, because you need that spiritual support. You really need it. So even the persons who dial up, the dial up persons that come because they're very anxious, because they don't know what is happening, I say, boy, it may be time for you to change your life, you know, because you're going to need that support from the church right now. So the support is very, very important. And sometimes you may be able to identify some of your friends, some of your colleagues, neighbors, family members that talk, that not putting them down. You can depress, you know, Christian, no, you always in a spirit, or you can depress. If we can be able to walk with them and guide them through, we are able to really do a lot for those persons, because the fact of the matter is that if we don't intervene and intervene early, we put this person at risk for developing a chronic illness, and the worst outcome, of course, is suicide. We really don't want that. So we have to play our parts. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Crossman.
You're welcome.
We'll be wrapping up now at this time. So I'm going to give Dr. Barrett, if she has any final comments, and I get back to you, Dr. Crossman, for any closing remarks. So Dr. Barrett, do you have any closing remarks?
I just want to congratulate the youth department for including this discussion, both topics in your conference. One, it points to, as I said when I started, you're being current, but that you are engaging with things that are critical to your lives and to the lives of your families. And as Doc was saying, the church must play a vital, a critical role in the lives of its people, because its people are going to, the church is a big part of Jamaica. And if Jamaica is going through this, then it means our church members are experiencing that. They are experiencing all the financial difficulties, they are experiencing the social impact, they are experiencing the mental factors. And so we should be there to support. And the support is not just, I leave the mental part to Doc to talk about, and I'll just say there will be need for financial support, economic support, food, clothing, medical support. And so we should be open to those kinds of things. I know that some of our churches are well engaged in some of those. So I just want to encourage us to keep doing that, and where we can add to it, where we can expand our impact, let's do that. But also, as young people on this platform, I encourage you to indeed be responsible, as I asked before, be resilient, adaptable, and make that change. Demonstrate by your lives that you will not be put down by this circumstance, but you will rise. So I encourage you in that way. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barnett. Dr. Crossman, for your final comments.
And I almost want to ditto what Professor Barrett said, but I'm going to add to that as well.
Yes,
that,
please,
yes. I'm going to add that this has been a real pleasure to be able to share on this platform, because we really need to let persons know that, listen, mental health conditions need to be spoken about. We need to know what is happening to us. We need to be able to speak, to have that clarity, to have the knowledge, so that we can be able to advise our peers, our families, our neighbors, our friends, so that we are raising children and youths who will develop into mentally healthy individuals.
That's right.
So that we can have the vision 2030, making Jamaica the place of choice to raise families, work and do business, you know. So we have to ensure, and remember, it really has to start from early childhood. We have to start the development there. So for those who are planning families, for those who have started their families, we really have to sit and teach our children. And if we don't have the knowledge, if we don't have the know-how, seek those who will have the know-how. Can I encourage the Jamaica Baptist Youth Department to probably look at youths who can be trained in the psychological first aid, the Ministry of Health and Wellness, seeking volunteers. I'm sure you can volunteer. And yes, and you can go on the website, and sign up for it. Also, probably you can also look at the World Health Organization website as well, because every now and then they do have courses, and that can help, in fostering the growth that we need to see in mental health, and to talk about it more, to deal with it more, because a lot of for the 15 to 29 year age group are the groups that we need to target, because that's where the mental health conditions really raise their ugly head. And I want to also point out that we have a mental health helpline, 888 New Life. I'm going to put it in the chat, and that persons can access. You're having a difficulty, you need some help, please call the helpline, and they'll be able to listen to you, to direct you appropriately. You may have a counselor in your church. Use the counseling services in your church. You may know a psychologist in your church, a psychiatrist. Use up the resources that we have, because we really have to pull together. 1 in every 4 persons with a mental disorder is not a very good statistics. So we have to really bring that down. I thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity again.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Crossman and Dr. Barrett. We have certainly learned a lot today, and I know we have persons already who are eager to do that program with the Ministry of Health, because indeed this is a serious thing, a serious matter, and we know that, hey, we have to try to do what we can. As we wrap up and as we close, I just want to thank you guys again for taking the time out for your busy schedule to be here with us, and it is truly appreciated. My comments to all of us who are joining here or via Zoom: check up on your friends. Check up on your friends. Check up on your friends. Ensure that your friends are okay. It is a rough time. Ensure that you're checking in with your friends. Some of us have been having a rough time before the pandemic, and they're even having a rough time now. So check up on your friends. Thanks again to Dr. Crossman and Professor Barnett. We truly appreciate your time. I now hand back over to our chairman, Janelle.
Okay, thank you, Jebroy. And I too, on behalf of the Youth Department, would like to extend our gratitude to Dr. Crossman and Professor Barrett for sharing with us in this session. I saw some of the messages in the chat saying that they learned a lot. Their eyes were opened by the presentation. So we do want to thank you for sharing with the young people and being free and explaining issues that are sometimes above our heads because of how they're presented to us in different spheres. So thank you again so much for joining us, and we look forward to having you present again if the opportunity arises.
If it arises.
All right, so our next session will start at 2 p.m. But before that, I just want to share with you the results from our election. So if Dr. Barrett and Dr. Crossman would like to go, that's okay at this time. All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, and if you heard someone in the background, that is my nephew who is coming into my camera screen to ask me if the meeting is finished now. All right, so I would like to congratulate the chairman-elect for the 2020 to 2021 year, Miss Chanel Service. If you have the opportunity to, no, I don't think you have the opportunity to unmute, but you can express your, yes, what you're doing in the chat right now.
Hi, guys.
All right, so Chanel just said hi to us. All right, so there is Chanel. She's at work there. You see, JN, you can go get loan. Go get loan.
Please don't. Don't come to me at least. Hi, everyone, and thank you.
All right, so we look forward to the year ahead with our new chairman-elect. the work begins when conference ends. So that's on Saturday. Right, and for our Youth Fellowships Chairman, Mr. Damani Allen, I'm not sure if he still was here earlier. And for our Sports Commission Chairman, Mr. Stephen Scott. So we're looking forward to what will happen this year with the executive, with all positions being occupied again. We're looking forward to how the Lord will move through the youth department executive and through the executive that will be led by Miss Service, who will at the time be Mrs. Aline, or maybe Mrs. Service Aline, I don't know. But under her leadership for 2021 to 2023. All right, guys, I am going to allow us to take a little 5-minute break as we prepare for our next session. And when we come back, as a matter of fact, if somebody can just drop it in the chat now, next session, I give away of credit. Any food, Lime, Flo, Digicel. Just said no executive members, no executive members. All right, I don't say anybody. So nobody don't want little credit.
How much credit is it? You have to tell them how much credit, cause
Okay, $500. Flo or
okay.
What's the other network?
I hereby send in my resignation.
So nobody knows. Nobody knows who is the next. Oh, sorry. And I already have one plan. Oh. All right, I'll keep it. Is the presenter for the next session?
I hereby send in my resignation.
Sure. Going once, going twice. Oh, sorry. All right. Okay, Shanae got it first. All right, Shanae. So let's talk off air so I can get you your credit. All right, tech team, can you cue music for me, please? Thank you. So we'll be back at 2.
I guess I won't see
I am a chosen race.
I am a royal priesthood. I am a holy nation.
I am his special possession. I will proclaim his praises because he called me from darkness into his marvelous light. I will because I am.
I am.
I am.
Jesus swag. Yo. 1, 2, 3, and. Serve, worship, advocate, glorify. Serve, worship, advocate, glorify. Serve, worship, advocate, glorify. Whoa. We got a Jesus swag. Yo. Serve, worship, advocate, glorify. Serve, worship, advocate, glorify. Serve, worship, advocate, glorify. Whoa. We got a Jesus swag. Yo, serve the Lord with gladness. Worship him through singing. Praises blessed are we, show advocacy. Let's glorify the King with victory. Whoa. Yo, serve, worship, advocate, glorify. Serve, worship, advocate, glorify. Serve, worship, advocate, glorify. Whoa. We got a Jesus swag. Yo. Serve, worship, advocate, glorify. Serve, worship, advocate, glorify. Serve, worship, advocate, glorify. Whoa. We got a Jesus swag. Yo, Matthew 25:21. Serve him. Isaiah 25, check verse 1. Romans 7:25. He advocates, glorify. Believe until the pearly gates. Whoa. Serve, worship, advocate, glorify. Serve, worship, advocate, glorify. Serve, worship, advocate, glorify. Whoa. We got a Jesus swag. Yo. Serve, worship, advocate, glorify. Serve, worship, advocate, glorify. Serve, worship, advocate, glorify. Whoa. We got a Jesus swag. Yo, serve the Lord with gladness. Worship him through singing. Praises blessed are we, show advocacy. Let's glorify the King with victory. Yeah. Serve, worship, advocate, glorify. Serve, worship, advocate, glorify. Serve, worship, advocate, glorify. Whoa. We got a Jesus swag. Yo. Serve, worship, advocate, glorify. Serve, worship, advocate, glorify. Serve, worship, advocate, glorify. Whoa. We got a Jesus swag. Yo.
You hold me down like lo lo lo. Your love is sweet like me lo lo. You make a promise, then you deliver. You never fail me, no no no. What type of loving? You ain't to fight on my battles. You put the boy on the way for this victory.
Yeah, fight for the weak and the poor. That's how we gon' rise from the ashes. First we get our knees to the floor. That's how we gon' find any answers. Can't find peace with a sword. Yeah, that's how you know the fight is supernatural. Yeah, heartbeat to the core, we retreat to the Lord when it's time for some action. Yeah, mighty God, mighty God, mighty God. Fight with the king, get the spoils. Yeah, mighty God, mighty God, mighty God. Yeah, blood and bones in the soil. Yeah, walk with a bodyguard. Only go to war with the loyal. Yeah, saints like arms that you cannot fall when God is for you.
Yeah, your love is sweet like me lo lo. You make a promise, then you deliver. You never fail me. No, no, no. What type of loving? You ain't to fight on my battles. You put the boy on the way for this victory. So we sing it. This is the sound of victory. We say, this is the sound of victory. Now put those hands together. This is the sound of victory. This is the sound of victory.
Yeah, victory, victory, victory. We got the victory. Yeah, empty the infantry since Jesus conquered our enemies. Yeah, blood and bones in the soil. Only go to war with the loyal. Yeah, saints like arms that you cannot fall when God is for you.
Yeah, your love is sweet like me lo lo. You make a promise, then you deliver. You never fail me. No, no, no. What type of loving?
All right. Thank you so much, tech team. I can't say it enough. I really want to big up our tech team and our promotions committee. Both of them together, unstoppable, unbeatable, undefeatable. But I've said enough, or I've taken up enough of the next presenter's time. So I'm going to turn over to Mr. Davian Barnes, member at large, who will introduce our next presenter.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope everybody is okay. So you all know what time it is. It's the time bridging the gap. So the guys, are you bridging the gap? Am I bridging the gap? Let's find out. Our next presenter is no other than Miss Shauna Malcolm. She's a member of the Bethel Baptist Church, where she served in the YRM Council as chair of the Bethel Youth Summer Employment Program Committee. She is the outgoing president of Kingston and St. Andrew Baptist Youth Association, where she served for the past 5 years in the capacity and over 10 years on the executive member. Shauna is owner of a retail business called the Fashion Council, and she's also an HR officer by profession. Shauna has a passion for empowering young people, and she's a woman of God, a huge sports and music lover. Let's put our hands together and make welcome Miss Shauna Malcolm.
Hi guys, good afternoon. So I am going to ask everybody to do me a small favor. So I'm gonna say the swagging faces, I'm gonna say all of the young people. So I'm challenging you all to turn on your cameras. That's the first gap we're gonna bridge, because you have to bridge a gap with the distance. We're not seeing each other physically, and we have to use the virtual landscape. So let me see the faces. Let me see everyone. Just turn on your cameras. Give us a quick wave. Let me see the people of God. Hi guys. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, Renee. Hi, Akeem. Hi, Nikian. Hi, everyone. Kamar, I see some of you are at work. Yes. Hi, O'Neill. O'Neill, please pay attention to all that you're doing at work. All right, guys. Thank you so much. So here's what we're going to talk about. We're talking about bridging the gap, right? Everybody can see my screen? Can you all see my screen?
Yes, I'm seeing your screen, Shauna.
All right, cool, great.
Shauna, go full screen.
I wish I could have said that right now. Wait, hold on. All right, wait. Slideshow.
Yes.
All right, we're good?
You got it.
All right, great. All right, guys, so we're talking about bridging the gap, and I want to know from you, what gaps are we bridging? I mean, you see a few gaps there that I would have heard from different sources, but for you, what gaps? And we're not going to spend long on the responses. Just unmute your mic. I'm not able to see the chat, but share with me, what gaps are you bridging? So, Davian, I don't know if you can just read what's in the chat since I'm not able to see it.
Sure, will do.
So guys,
not seeing any gaps as yet.
All right, so is it that we're not bridging any gaps?
Okay, I see one here, heart. Bridging the gap of heart.
Okay.
Leadership.
All right.
Generation.
All right. All right.
Social.
So, okay.
Yeah, between the older persons and the young people in the church.
That's right.
My gap is love. Friends.
Hey. All right, guys. So you would have seen I did a little word cloud, bridging the gaps. Leadership is one of them. The gap between the mind and the heart. In the Baptists and theologians would say Reformation and revival, generation gaps, social gaps, technology gaps. You name it, the gaps are there. But today we're going to focus on generation, leadership, and technology. You know, and I chose these three for a reason because I did a quick survey and a lot of persons, the survey actually had 4 gaps and culture was one of them. But I took out culture because I spent too much time on culture. But, you know, we wanted to spend some time on generation, leadership, and technology. And I'm not going to talk for a long time. I want to hear from you. I want to hear your feedback and how you feel about these gaps, how it is that we can fill these gaps. But I'm just going to share with you what the Lord has laid on my heart. You know, it was quite a challenge, to be honest, to think about these gaps, you know, where we stood as young people. And even to acknowledge within myself that I was part of the problems for some of these gaps that I highlighted. And some of you are going to realize that it's the same thing for you, that we are part of the problem. So let's start with the generation gap. As we know, it's still very wide in our churches. The generation often resist each other without knowing each other. And it is true. We resist the elders without knowing them. Some of us, we go to some churches, and because a certain deacon, you hear about the deacon. You know nothing about the deacon, but you resist whatever the deacon has to say. One, because the deacon is older. And one of the challenges is when we start to resist each other, each generation feels like the church was made for them. So the older generation feels like the church is there for them alone. The younger people feel like the church is there for them alone. Or maybe we just don't feel safe. This is for us. Some of us start going to other denominations because we're like, oh, I can't bother the old people, them and whatever. But you see, when I spoke to some older persons, one of the things that they shared with me was that we as young people are also the problem. And you see at the bottom of the slide that we are also the problem. So we have this standoffish approach. We are not willing to hear them out. We're not willing to share what we know. And so them just stick to themselves and do them thing, and we stick to ourselves and do a thing. How would that work? How is that possible? You know, we recognize that the generations are apart, but still have the same problem. Sometimes I have conversations with my mom, and when my mom shares some things that she went through, and in my mind, I'm like, but things don't really change much. I'm sure if you have conversations with the deacons in your church, they're going to share with you and say to you that the same urges that you face, them did face it. The same temptation, the same generation gap, they faced it. The problems are still the same. Some of them, even as adults and older persons, they still face the gap. But do you realize that there's also a gap in the youth ministry among young people? There is a generation gap between young adults and youth fellowship age or children. So our young youth fellowship and our children may say, Lord, Auntie Shauna too old, Auntie Renee's too old, Auntie Johnny's, we're not old, we can't relate. So their gap is still there. So we are now the elders for them, even though we see ourselves as young people. I don't know about anybody else, and as far as I'm concerned, I'm still young. Even when I drop off of the calendar, I'm still young. You know, and the generation gap, the problem with the generation gaps is that they affect the church, the well-being of the congregation. So there's this gap, we're having struggles, there's this strife between the old and the young, and because of that, the church starts to get weak. And some of you might say, you don't agree, but it does. So I am resentful to what an older person is saying. So I decide to stop going to church. Now, when that old person starts pass off, who is there to take up the mantle? There are no young people in the churches. In my parish, I visited a church where everybody in the church was over 50. There were 3 deacons. One was bedridden, one travels back and forth, and the other one wasn't well at the time. He had just done a surgery. So it was really one deacon present. When I had a conversation with the young adults, they were not equipped to even step up to the plate. They weren't familiar with fasting. They weren't familiar with certain things. Why? Because maybe it's a case where they were resistant to the education or the knowledge from the older persons, or because they are saying, oh, them old, them don't know what I'm talking about. They just never cared to learn. Or maybe the older ones didn't want to teach them. but the gap existed, and then guess what? Knowledge was lost. So if any of those 3 deacons should pass on, the poor pastor is on her own. And the young people now, when you ask them why they didn't come back, why are the younger ones not coming to church? Oh, the old people, them church, and them run a church, them down the music, church boring, because them want it one way. But then we on the flip side, when you go to some churches, I have other churches that I visit, and it is a whole influx of young people, and older people take a back seat. I say, the young people, them show me, them do them thing, because you can't talk to them. So whichever side, there is still this, the church is not sustainable, right? Because we can't, the church will not stand, because as everybody get frustrated, them leave because of the generation gap, right? And you know, those are some things I wanted to touch on, the generation gap. And we're going to touch and dive deeper into how we can fix these gaps, because we can, and these gaps can be fixed. But let me move on to the leadership gap. Now, I have 3 points here. The gap between church place and workplace leaders. You hear that, you might be wondering, what does she mean by that? So I'm a supervisor in my organization, but I'm not a leader in my church. I sit on a committee with a leader who has never led in an organization, but she has only led in a church. That's the only form of leadership she knows. So the knowledge that I have gained in my organization, I've become impatient. I don't want to hear what they have to say. I become annoyed, and I can tell you, and anybody who serves with me know, there are times when my fuse is short. Because there are some times when I don't understand. I was like, why we can't? Sometimes we become so, when we work in corporate Jamaica, we become so, we try to check a box. So everything is like a transaction. We're not trying to transform anything. So when we have to transition into committees at church, we get impatient. Mark you, there's a lot to be learned from either side. So we're not going to discredit somebody who's a leader in a workplace. I had a conversation with a friend of mine recently, and I was telling him about a problem, and I kept going on and on about a problem. And he said, "Anshana, what is the solution?" And the first thing I said, and he said, before you even say, the way I solve problem in the world is not the way, it's the same problem, same way you solve the problem in the church. That's not necessarily so. And he schooled me. He said, you see, you're dwelling on this problem, and you are no different, because in the Bible, I don't think they dwell on. And he's not a Christian, but he was trying to explain that from what he learned in Sunday school, he has never heard where the people of God dwelled long on a problem. They went to God, they prayed about it, and God directed them. Sam said, whereas you go to God, I am going to go to probably my board. I'm probably going to go to my book of notes or farmer strategies and see how it works. He says, you know, we can learn from each other. Stop dwelling on the problem. Identify a solution. Seek guidance. You can't solve it on your own. And, you know, when he said that, I was like, man, have a point, you know. I can learn a lot from somebody who's a leader in the workplace. I can tell you, where I work in a financial institution. And I've learned a lot from my leaders, especially my president and CEO, how he handles things. Yes, he speaks about his faith in God and his relationship with God, but he has learned so much over the years that I can take pages from him. And when I demonstrate my leadership in my church, I can use the same thing from him. Anyways, we have younger leaders versus older leaders, and there's a gap with that, because we feel like Deacon, who is 70 years old, to me, who is half our age, there is how she lead and how me lead now go work. She a lead old school and me a lead new school. We're gonna have a problem. We're gonna have an issue. There is always going to be that issue. And there's also the gap between male and female leaders, and we all know it. The woman them too emotional, or them have a point for proof when they're leaders, and all of that. The man them not have no heart, them rough, them this, them that. But there is a gap. Some of us, sometimes I always tell people, I prefer one male leader than a female leader, because there's always drama. Yeah, I've said it, especially in the workplace. The man them just get to the point and whatever. Make me process it in my own time, but just get to the point and tell me. But then there are times when I've had female leaders who amaze me, and I'm like, wow. Some of them have to overcompensate because they are females and they are leading in a male-dominated world. And, and I'm going to pause here because I want to hear from you. Do you feel that the leadership gap in your churches, and the generation gap in your churches, do you feel it has an effect on you as an individual, how you minister, how you spend time, how you even share in the ministry? Do you feel it affects you?
Yes.
All right. All right. And I mean, guys, feel free to share your reasons. I'm sure Davian will read the reasons for me, but feel free to share how it has affected you. Why has it had such an effect on you?
Someone says at my church, nor perhaps others. Big, very effect. Some said not me. Some say yes.
Okay. All right. So you see, some people the gaps affect them, some people it doesn't. So, and we're in a new normal. We spoke about the new normal, and the thing that is amazing is that some of us never noticed a technology gap until today. Some of us might say, sorry, there is no gap. And I want you guys to, I hope I can hear the sound. Let me know if you can hear the sound on this video that I'm about to play.
BJ, Snapchat this. On my Facebook timeline. On my Instagram.
You guys can hear the sound?
Yes.
Okay.
Them a ask how the church around. The whole world they in a me congregation. Hashtag Jesus Christ, yeah, me love you. LOL caption, no one above you. Angels, emojis, 2 and stars. And you know what's up, church star. What's up, church, and what we that? What's up, church, and what we that? What's up, church, and what we that? From you have a phone, you have a congregation. What's up, church, and what we that? What's up, church, and what we that? What's up, church, and what we that? What we that? And we that, but breathe. This church have no ocean, no theater seating. But when me tweet on Sunday evening, 90,000 me having a meeting. Me not talk about me favorite and retweeting now. When me send out a WhatsApp blast and the fans them take keep on a podcast. We no take no collection, my church no cast all bunty a tweet as a prodigal cross. What's up, church, and what we that? What's up, church, and what we that?
All right, so some of you are already familiar with this song. So it's a song that came up by Prodigal quite some time ago. And, when we talk about the technology gap, we think about the WhatsApp church. I never put it here, but Bedside Baptist, someone will still my what church online. Hey, even knowing a COVID, digital ministry versus physical ministry. And, many people feel like technology causes further division in the church. We may agree, some of we may disagree. I personally disagree because I don't believe that technology causes a division in the church. There is no way that we're evolving and there's a revolution and we are going to let technology cause a division. I believe that we use technology to our advantage, and I mean, as I said, we talk about the technology, we talk about the leadership, we talk about the generation gap. And, we speak on these gaps, we spend time on these gaps, and we think about, it can't fix, we're not bridging. I remember I did the survey and a number of persons said that they believed the gap could be fixed. A few persons spoke about spending more time in the word, spending more time knowing the word. But the thing that what amazed me was we're spending so much time in the word, yes, but are we taking anything from the word to help us bridge these gaps? And sometimes reading our Bible, there are some basic things that the Bible teaches us that we want to get some highfalutin response. We want to go far beyond when the Bible just tells us to love each other. Love alone can bridge a gap. The Bible tells us to pray. Prayer alone can bridge a gap. We'll have these gaps. How much are we spend time in prayer, asking God to help us bridge the gap? How much instead of being offended and resentful, we kill them with love just to bridge the gap?
What's up, church, and what we that? What's up?
So how do we bridge the gaps? And we talk about the generation gap, and I want to remind you guys that God commanded that one generation was to pass down his truths to the next. You know, and as young people, we have the opportunity to get knowledge from the older members of the church. I know you're going to say to me, say, Shauna, some of them not easy for talk to, some of them not easy for deal with. There must be at least 2 members in your church, older members, that you can have a relationship with. I can share my experience, what I've gone through, what I've older members of the church. I remember one member, she come at the church office, and when she done with me answer, me I got telling her the truth. The way I'm upset, I'm rile up, me answer, I'm never disrespect her, but me answer, I'm raise my voice. And that's where I went wrong. And I remember another older member of the church was in there when I got upset. And when the lady left, she came in there to me and she hold my hand and she said, come here, I'm tell you this. And she said to me that not every attack I must react to. Them time when she tell me that me not study the word of God and me not do my devotion like that, you know. So when she said that, you know, me never appreciate what she said till years after, you know. And I gave that lady credit because she was the one who said to me, so the next time them come at you like that, you just shut your mouth and make them talk. And I remember one time my mother used to tell me, say, somebody will speak for you. And that same lady said the same thing. She said, somebody will speak for you. And I sat and I watched that same member who attacked me come back and attack me. And somebody, an older member of the church, you talk about generation gap? Well, the gap closed when that happened because that member stood up and she said, no, you can't talk to her, so. No, sister. It was in the announcements. That is what the announcement say. You cannot blame her because you did not listen and you did not read your bulletin. And I just sat there and it's like a weight come off of me. Because me I tell you, say no, me a boil no, and them tell me not answer the lady, but me a boil. Anybody would do a bit though. Me directly back that's so easy. From me know me right. You gotta run up in here because me don't feel like him. I don't like to be attacked. It's something that I'm working on, guys. But there must be an older member that we can pull on to say, come and speak with our young people. Sometimes we have some article, male deacon, or we can say, uncle this, uncle that, just come sit down and reason. I've sat and watched all the deacons sit down with my young man them and them sit down and them just all the reasons. That's a pity none of them not in here. Them will tell you some deacon when them just sit down and just all the meds. And them have a reason. You have a deacon when he message when he says, what, I'm gonna hear from you. What is new? Tell me the strategy. What problem you face? Or you overcome it. Sometimes he might ask me that, and one day him tell me, ask me that because he want to learn how me deal with a situation, maybe how me deal with it can work for him. Sometimes they want to learn from us, but we close ourselves off as young people. So we need to become more open. Youth fellowship presidents, partner with the Men's Brotherhood or the Women's Federation. Start a mentorship program. Can bridge so many gaps when you start a mentorship program. I'm a product of a mentorship program. The ironic my mentor died recently. May her soul rest in peace. But that lady never forgot my birthday. That lady never forgot a milestone. That lady never forgot anything. She was always praying for me, even when I was resistant to the mentorship. Because I never felt like she and I had anything in common. I never felt like we mesh. I never felt like she had anything to offer me. And that was my problem. I was expecting her to offer me, but I never know that part of it was that I was just to open up myself and see and allow her to minister to me and to pour into me. It's when I finally did that. I remember when my grandmother died. And when my grandmother died, and she never leave me one bit. She called me, she asked me, am I all right? I remember I was having a rough time at boss during that period. And I remember one day when she done pray over me and cover me and she shared some things. Them tell that me never know, say she have similar situations where she have problem with boss and she tell me how she deal with it. I felt so relieved to know that as an older person, she could have poured into me. I can speak of other older members older than her. That I remember Deacon said to me, she came, I'll never forget that lady. She's a JP, and she came and she said to me, sister, how long have you been working in the job that you have? And I told her the amount of years, and she said, them soon move, you know. You need to start look at work. She did engraving at the system, so she knew. She said, what me eye? Look around you, see what go on. There's more for you to experience outside of this space. When she told me that, I was like, at first, I said, boy, she no work when me work, so oh, she know that. You see, by the time she tell me that, you see, about 2 weeks later, hey, when me start get bad face and attitude and be a problem. She did want me do. Suppose I did close off myself to that lady. And you know how that relationship start? She signed a document for me, and from that, based on the document she signed, from that, she checked for me every time. She want me do something for her, me do it. Me not grumble, me do it. Right? And these some people mentor you indirectly. I have a mentor who she mentors me indirectly. She was never my official mentor, but in there she just take to me and she just love me and she not leave me. So when me not call her, she tell me last week so I need to resign the work because it interfere with the relationship. Cause I'm too tired for talk to her. I reach out my frost. And she said I do too much ministry work because she can't hear from me. She don't know what go on. She missing her talks. But look, she looks forward to it. So the gap can be bridged because some of these older person, they look forward to hearing from us. They look forward to learning from us. They look forward to what we have to offer. Have a games night. Identify games that both of you have in common. Some of us, we cross generation. Some games come for years to come. Danny Shani come from my mother Pitney till now. Danny Shani one game where all our way exposed. Anybody in here who don't know Danny Shani well? Chinese skip. Some will call it baseball. Some people that call it rounders. Are the same thing. All them something you learn. Remember the first time we had it, I was like, come on, play baseball. And one deacon say, you mean rounders? And everybody I look at like, I want him so. And she said, no. And she called one next meal league and she said, come here, cook, show them off of it. And you want to see them run from base to base. We'll have to we. Guess what? Them did more fit than we. But it was an opportunity for us to build a relationship. It was an opportunity for us to learn about each other. You know, let them teach a game from their ear. I don't know how much I want in here can play jacks to save in a life. O'Neil, Brian, I don't know if they can play jacks like, oh, you know, the older deacon them can beat the jacks and do it, you know. They can't do it. Or shoot marble. How much I can shoot marble? I sat and I listened to an older deacon tell me, oh, he did have money football tournament. I say, you did have what? And him say, yes, sister, me have money football tournament and nearly suspend me from the Great Calabar. And I say, what you mean? Him say, yeah, a big money football tournament. I will never hear when principal come. And him tell him stories and whatever. When him finish, we're like, yo, money have a vibe though. And this is one man where I've never exchanged words with him. All he came to collect something from me. And then that's how the conversation started. He saw the guys playing a game on the phone. And him said, boy, things change. They don't want to play that game then. Then him start tell we about fee money football tournament days. Do character studies. You may be surprised how another deacon, and I'm going to stop using deacons, an older member in the church, one of the church elders, one of the veteran, the granny them in the church. Me I get really plain. How they and you may have the same character, your favorite character. So I might like David and somebody at 80 or even 70, like David, just like me. But her reasons for liking David might be different from mine. And she might teach me some things about David that I never know. I mean, I have no shame in telling her this. You see, I was doing a study on the book of Judges. And I was sharing with my mentor before she died. And I was, I reading Judges and I learning on Judges. And she said to me, say, oh, so you soon read, say, how Delilah wasn't the one. I'm going to say, what you mean? Hey, so when she said so, me start dive deep in the Judges. Come I said, what she mean? Delilah wasn't the one. Because as far as we can say, it was always Delilah. And she said, well, you're the sister, Shana, no. And when she started telling me and share with me, I said, what you say? I start read more and I want to get to the meat of the matter, Anybody know me love a good story. I mean, there's something me love when my devotion, them send me, and when my pastor, my leader, them show me some things, I say, what? Yeah. So sometimes you can do partner character. So youth fellowship you can partner with Even the young adults fellowship, partner with the women's fed and the men's brotherhood and say, we want all the auxiliaries and say, we want to do a joint character study. You do, we're going to study Timothy. We're going to study David. Study some unknown character. You know, we're going to study the minor prophets. I know we're doing that in the YD and on the executive. And some of us are learning some things that we never really recognize because some of these books of the Bible, we don't even go there. So you have the conversation with your elders and they will teach you so many things. Sometimes the generation gap are not just in the church, it's in your house. You and your auntie can't connect, your mother can't connect, your granny not connect. Cause what you like, you are come from cartel era and she are come. Yeah, man, my God, so. You are come from cartel era and she are come from a Shabba era. The artist them is no different. Them slap the same way. Everybody sing gun tune. Yeah, man. So the generation gap is not just in our church, it's elsewhere. Do mission trips together. The other day I saw, I remember Jevroy, I think you guys went to a funeral and you were showing one of your church sisters them how she always a walk with her snack. Hey, it's a lesson that's enough for we, you know. Some of will go on them trip, yeah, mission trips. When I walk with none, I see one of the elders them I go feed. I said, come with that, make 2 sandwiches, take that one here. I used to go to Family Fun Day, and I used to look forward to going to Family Fun Day. You have some member when them come, and my grandmother used to have some friend. When one of them, she used to make her pudding, and she come to my grandmother for my lunch. She said, "It's a piece of pudding here. See one drops here." And then she had tell me, say, boy, in my days when I learned all of these things, some of them I've learned from even Family Fun Day. The older persons made me love Family Fun Day, made me want to help to plan Family Fun Day, to make me get involved in planning Family Fun Day. Older persons made me get involved in doing the Bethany summer employment program. Yes, I was a product of it, but it was an older member who taught me the importance and maybe even want to go into HR. So there's so much to be learned from our elders. Couples fellowship, older couples, younger couples. For those who watched Chit Chat the other day, when the couple, they had some technological issues, but they decided that they still wanted to share and they typed their answers in the chat. They were married for 50 years. And the couples online were married for, one was couple months and one was almost 2 years. And I remember one of the couples messaged me and she said, Shauna, we learned so much. Even though they couldn't talk, they typed, we learned a whole heap. You know, guys, so let's look at the ways we can build mend these gaps, bridging the gap. I mean, care ministry. Guys, I can tell you, sometimes as young people, we are selfish. We're always thinking about ourselves. We're so busy. We're not thinking that we can offer care to somebody else. Youth fellowship leaders, young adults leaders, challenge your members to go and volunteer in the visitation ministry. Some of them, when them not doing anything other than come a young adults meeting, and then they say them go and work or school. Yeah, them go, you know, but when them day done, them busy either play a game or do something, WhatsApp, check status, Instagram, post, selfie, you name it. But at what point have they taken up the challenge to go apart and do visitation shut-in? Partner with the visitation ministry. Go visit the shut-in. I mean, it's COVID now, so it might be hard. Call your church office and say, is there any shut-in member I can call? Especially if you know that is one that you may know if you're a popular person in church. Call them, introduce yourself and say, you know, I was just checking on you. I know it's COVID. I know it's rough. I want to know how you're doing. You have any medication you want me to get? I can come collect the money and the prescription, you know, and go get. You'll be surprised. That is the start of a relationship. That is how you start to bridge a gap. Because maybe that old lady might be the one who might say, you know, my one grandson was single. If some of you are looking, you never can tell. Maybe that's a God want you to find your husband. If you just want you to extend yourself to. I'm just saying, guys. But I mean, let us bridge the gap with the generation. And I think my machine has frozen. No. All right. So, right. So, and how we bridge a gap with the leadership? Share the lessons you learned in different spaces. Workplace leaders can teach the church, place leaders a lot, and vice versa. I have learned so many things at church where I've gone to work and I've learned to exercise patience. I've learned to accept that, okay, you and I are not going to be learning at the same space. And it's not just workplace leaders. Some of you are leaders in your schools. You can come back and teach your youth fellowship president things that you learned in ISCF, things you learn in Octagon Club, Key Club, Tourism Club, Interact, the things that you've learned, Circle K, you name it, Optimist, you name it. Some of these clubs, you are leaders in them. You can come back and teach what you've learned. How can we approach volunteerism? This is what I learned I am in the bank. This is what I've learned about giving back. Maybe we can try that approach. I learned at work how to run my election using polls, and I came back and I implemented it. I learned from work how to engage people using Zoom, that everything had to go platform. I learned that at work and I came back and I implemented it. That I can even tell other leaders that this is what you can try. Guys, sometimes when I share with you things that I learned I don't always necessarily learn it at church. I may have learned it at work, or I may have learned it when I was in college. So we learn as leaders in different spaces. That we not keep the information, we need to go and share it. Ladies, we can teach the men how to empathize. Teach the men to stop and listen to what people have to say. And men, you too can teach the ladies that I know everything we must get emotional about. And every time we must get in our feelings. Sometimes we need to just realize them no mean nothing by it. Young and older leaders, younger leaders, you can teach them the new ways. So an older leader, all they know maybe at the time is to check a box. But you learn now how to be a transformational leader. Teach your older leaders, say, we can do this and transform, change your mindset, change your narrative, change how we approach things. You know, recently I did a course about caring communication, and it spoke about us giving feedback. We need to learn to give positive feedback. And, you know, one of the things that it said was that our feedback must be genuine. It needs to be real. It needs to be specific, so definite and precise. It needs to be timely. You know, we need to give feedback in a timely manner. We can't wait till month. I like to tell people, if I notice something, I tell them right away. Sometimes it come off wrong. So I'm one of them people that I'm not the best person for send one WhatsApp, because sometimes a message don't come out right. So me have to call you. My friend Pat will tell you. Say me send her something, I think she'll call me and she say, what you mean? And when me explain, she say, you know, so I know that me read from your message. But sometimes she has my voice in her head, and based on what I type, she just misinterpret. And I do the same thing. But I like to give my feedback at the right time, same time, because I know I'm going to forget. Right? And it needs to be sincere, without any deceit or pretense. You give feedback, be real about what you're saying, be sincere. Share with them what you really mean. And be honest. And don't be too quick to criticize and judge. You never know why the person did what they did. Let us find out why. So Dave lead a certain way and I lead a certain way. Let me come ask you, Dave, why you do that? Why you choose to do that? I mean, I am in retail and Dave have gone into retail, but the products are Dave say versus what me say. Dave, so why you, me not afraid to go to Dave and say, my friend, why you choose to sell that versus what I sell? You know? I might say to Shan, why you choose to go Jane? She might answer, why I choose to work at VM. But at the end of the day, we are leaders in our own right and we can learn from each other. We'll talk about technology, share the knowledge. So I'm going to share a story with you. So my indirect mentor, I love her so dearly. She's a sweetheart. She called me one day and she said, Nisi, I need to know how to use this Zoom thing. Marky the dish come, I was so tired. But guess what? If I call about anything, she's gonna stop and sorry guys, my phone just started to ring and it's nowhere near me. Just give me 1 minute. Sorry guys. So I did some begging for the union and that person was calling me back. My apologies. So I was sharing the story about my mentor. So she said, Nisi, I need your help because I have a presentation. I need to join a Zoom meeting. So at first, me know she not technologically inclined because she not even did have WhatsApp. Or just have recent she have WhatsApp. I mean, not even want to tell another WhatsApp story. So she said to me, she needs to know how to learn Zoom. So I said, have you ever used Zoom before? She said, yeah, but the last time she used Zoom, nobody could hear her. She just had to sit and listen. So I said, you mean nobody couldn't hear? She said, after she dressed up, someone said, well, you dress up for online, you know? And I found it so funny because, I mean, when she was telling me, I was cracking up. But she wanted to learn. She wanted to be a part of what was happening. You can imagine if I never stop and teach her how to use Zoom. Should I be, you see the depression when them talk about and being left out and left behind? We have so many elderly persons. And yes, oh yeah, and I don't know if you notice, a lot of these gaps, especially technology, it goes right back to the generation. Some of our older members, is not that they're resistant to the change in what is happening, you know. It's that they don't know how to use the technology. They don't know how to use the technology. And we are not teaching them. So we have to share the knowledge. When I shared with her, and it was so hard for me to not be there and teach her. So I had to visualize her screen based on what she described and stuff. The name I call her icon is not what she called it. She have to describe the icon, and then I say which icon. Then I realized that the version of Zoom she have is a different version of mine because she have an older machine and all of that jazz. But at the end of it, I empowered her to be able to use Zoom. She felt so independent. And she was able to say to me, I was saying to her how I was having an issue with work, and I wasn't really, I just started, I never worked in the field. I studied it, but I never worked. So I wasn't coping well. And she was able to give me some little ideas, some little old school methods with the same technology that I could try to ensure that I grab any information, I don't miss any, and go back and listen or whatever. So even when she said if I went into a face-to-face meeting, I think someone could have recorded people them with my phone or on tape recorder. And she said, when you listen back to the recording, make the notes. She share her knowledge, I share mine. She couldn't find WhatsApp anywhere on her phone. I said, all right, I'm going to call you. And you have to answer. So anything you see ring, just answer. That's your WhatsApp. That was another story. That was hilarious. But there are certain things that we learn that we can go and share. You know, help your pastors to minister in a more efficient way, showing him, you know, or her, how him can reach the other members. You know, sometimes I listened to a pastor the other day and she was sharing, Reverend Law, she was sharing how the streaming never worked for them. So they would have to record the message and share it through WhatsApp. No care what them I try. I spoke to another pastor recently and she said, boy, Sister Shauna, when we did have the lockdown, you know, nobody not going to church, you know, because my member them not have, my member said, what you mean? Someone say use the text message. And she looked at me like, my man, I said, Pastor, you just have to invest now, you know. I said, send one text message. So he send the text message with the scripture and tell them to listen to this song and reflect. And then, I don't know you gotta send the sermon, you know, but you have to go do something. And by the time I finish, somebody said, tell her, say, she can probably call 2 members and then them call somebody. I'm saying, boy, that's a one long shot. But then I was trying to help her find ways to reach out to her members. So then I said to her, I said, you know what you're gonna do? You and 2 of your member them, I go to church. When I go position the speaker them outside, and you go preach the word. So you're not gonna just reach your member them, you're gonna reach other people. So if somebody have little data, maybe them can go Facebook Live with it. But when I started to share some ideas, she was like, you know, sis, I'm gonna try that. Explore technology together. Some churches, some people still use PowerPoint to project information for worship. Maybe when you and your pastor do some research, or you and your church do some research, and they discover easy worship. There's a free version. I think it still exists. You use the free version, find other ways and say, all right, we can try this. We can see how we can record the service and probably do some CD. Or do on a share drive so anybody want them can go download it and listen to it. Explore together. And guys, you see, when we start to bridge these gaps and we start to do these things together, we start to become unified. We start to move on one accord. You know, and as I get ready to close, I want you to remember these scriptures. 1 Corinthians 1:10 says, I appeal to you, dear brothers and sisters, by the authority of our Lord Jesus Christ, to live in harmony with each other. Let there be no divisions in the church, rather be of one mind, united in thought and purpose. Psalms 33:11 reminds us, but the plans of the Lord stand firm forever, the purposes of his heart through all generations. Psalm 100 verse 5 reminds us that for the Lord is good and his love endures forever. His faithfulness continues through all generations. See, all, not just the old one, not the young people, all. And we're reminded, and this is for the ladies, Titus 2 verse 3 to 5 says, likewise, teach your older women to be reverent in the way they live, not be slanderers of or addicted to much wine, but to teach what is good. Then they can urge the younger women to love their husbands and children, to be self-controlled and pure, to be busy at home, to be kind, and to be subject to their husbands, so that no one will malign the word of God. And in closing, I want to leave this with you. Outside of everything that I say, I want you to remember, no matter what side of the gap you're on, your life in Christ calls for submission to him and to one another. We're called to walk in this manner according to Ephesians 4:2-6, with lowliness and meekness, with long suffering, forbearing one another in love, endeavoring to keep the unity of the Spirit in the bond of peace. There is one body and one Spirit, even as ye are called in one hope of your calling, one Lord, one faith, one baptism, one God and Father of all, who is above all and through all and in you all. You hear the emphasis on one? You see how much time one say another one verse there? So to the members of the older generation, if you're online, don't define every difference of the youth members as a rebellion. Young people, don't take every critique from an elder as a personal attack. Let us submit ourselves to one another in the fear of the Lord. The same goes for those who face each other on opposite side of the leadership or technology gap. Always remembering that offenses should be dealt with personally and respectfully, not publicly and sarcastically. Remember, the cause for Christ is greater than the case of your generation. Christ is not divided. He never is and never was. So we must not be either. Be the man that will stand in the gap. And I think that refers to Ezekiel 33:20, if I remember correctly. And those are my few words about bridging the gap. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Okay, guys, let me just stop sharing. All right, guys. So if you have any questions, feel free.
I guess there is a question, how did your mentor get through to you even though you resist?
Oh my goodness, that lady was a prayer warrior, you know, man. She is, you know how, anybody who know Kenisha, you know how Kenisha prayer was power packed. She was not that kind of person. She was very quiet. She was extremely quiet. So she had a quiet way. I remember her husband said to me that he remember when I wasn't all for the mentorship, and she kept praying for me and she kept covering me, and she said, I'm going to come around. And I think the part that broke the ice was when I started, when I started my master's. She had just finished hers. And this, bear in mind, at that time, the mentorship program done. And she reached out to me. So when I was in the mentorship program, I just did it for doing its sake. And when I started the master, she reached out to me and she encouraged me, and she said to me that, you know, if you need to research paper to be done and whatever to be read, if you have anything for me to review. And I remember when I was struggling, I said, how did you manage work? And so when she started to share, I think that is where the relationship started to get better, you know. And she taught me a lot of things. So even I don't have kids, but she taught me the reason why a lot of the parents tell me no, especially when they're deacons, where they tell you no when you ask your children to minister. And she explained to me why, and I appreciated the explanation. So when people tell me no, I'm not feedback. But yeah, I think it was when I started my master's, and that probably would have been about about 10 years ago, about that, yeah. Yeah. And I think I got the best of her at that time. Thank you,
Okay.
Shani.
Any other questions?
There's a proverbial statement that says silent means consent. However, do you think that when coming on attack, one should remain silent? But uncle, I tell you, son, every ball is a ball you must bat after. Brian, as a footballer, everybody I got tackled. I believe for me personally, I think it comes with growth. You know, this one we prayed about discernment, and you know when to respond. You know when to respond and how to respond. Sometimes you can respond to the person, you know, but not in the manner that they have attacked you. So if you attack me and say me this and me that and whatever and stuff, and I say, all right, thank you. That's a response. You don't need to hear nothing else. Thank you for letting me know. It drive you crazy because you're saying, so she not respond, especially if them know me to be one that will respond. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true, Anake. Some things you let slide. Right. Right. So I'm not a tackler. But you play football, so I think you get me. Yes, as Renee says, with time it gets better and we mature over time. Brian saying push down things. No one see you push down somebody when they attack you. Yeah, guys. But yeah, guys, thank you for having me. I realized the chat was very festive while I was talking.
Yes, so guys, if we don't have any more questions to ask Shauna on the topic bridging the gaps, then we are going to take this opportunity to thank Shauna for such a beautiful presentation today. And I hope that we all will take something from this presentation, because we know that a lot of us having a lot of issues bridging the gap and with each other, and even in our workplace and in our church. So I hope that we all can take something from this. And just
sorry
remember,
to cut you, but I noticed there's something that Brian said and I really want to answer. He says, when the gap is bridged, how do you keep it that way?
Okay.
So when you use some of the examples I used, how we keep the gap from being closed? We can't allow the enemy to get in. The enemy knows where we're coming from, and he's going to use that opportunity to try and weave his way. He's going to try and to bring us to the past. We can't do that. And this is where we have to stand firm as a church and we start to pray.
Yes.
You see, the relationship that we have with God, it will start to strengthen it. Remember, you know, so we submit to him and we submit to one another. So we are submitting to him and we work alongside with each other and we commit to getting better. Prayer comes, right? And also, yes, when it comes to, you see, love, Satan I like when we love each other. We have to kill everything with love and prayer. That's how I see it. Right? And we overcome.
I don't know, like.
Yeah. Prayer kill them and love. And him gonna send some minion in the form of another member and say, "Well, not last long." I saw you feel. Watch God work. Sometimes you have to just answer them. Watch God work.
Amen. All right. So thank you so much, Shauna, on behalf of the Jamaica Baptist Student Youth Department, for taking time out to share with us this afternoon. It really means a lot to us. And I know that some of us will take note from this. All right. God bless you, Shauna, and continue doing good. All right. So you're welcome. Madam Chair, back over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Madam Chair is not able to come back right now, but I just want to thank everyone for their participation so far. I see the chat is very active, and we have about 55 persons on the platform, as well as those joining us on the YouTube. Thank you so much. We have a break now, and our next session will start at about 3:30. We are inviting you to just stretch your legs, have a drink of water, have something to eat, just take a break. We're gonna play some music, and you can join us back at 3:30 where we have our next session.
It is such an honor to be standing here today with so many different people, different walks of life, different backgrounds, different ages. We come from different countries. But there's one with so many different people, different walks of life, different backgrounds, different ages. We come from different countries. But there's one thing I've seen worship do over the many years I've been leading worship, whether it is in Asia, where this song has come from in Africa. I got a big piece of my heart lives in Africa. You see worship come like an arrow. It divides, it goes past all those denominational barriers, all those age barriers, musical preference barriers. And when it starts to He is my miracle worker. This song is personal. Come on, it's personal for you today. He's a light in the darkness. That is who He is. Your situation may be up and your situation may be down. But the personhood of Christ remains the same. The finished work of Christ remains the same. So let's sing this song, knowing who our God is. Amen? Amen. Let's sing it out with everything we have today in Jesus' name. In Jesus' most magnificent and powerful name.
I worship you, oh God, I worship
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. We will now go into our next session, which will be moderated by Rochelle Brown, who is the parish president of the Hanover Baptist Association Youth Arm. Rochelle, over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Hi. Welcome to our conference and worship experience. As I was introduced, my name is Rochelle Brown. Today we'll be having more of a rap session and we'll be focusing on youth leader share. So this is a chance for us to, with panelists, discuss our challenges, a chance for us to share experiences in various capacities, and also seek solutions to burning matters. So before we get into that, I think we ought to welcome the Lord's presence. And we'll do that by singing, firstly, Open the Eyes of My Heart. Okay? Open the eyes of my heart, Lord. Open the eyes of my heart. I want to see you. I want to see you. Open the eyes of my heart, Lord. Open the eyes of my heart. I want to see you. I want to see you. To see you high and lifted up, shining in the light of your glory. Pour out your power and love as we sing holy, holy, holy. Holy, holy, holy. Open the eyes of my heart, Lord. Open the eyes of my heart. I want to see you. I want to see you. To see you high and lifted up. Woo! Shining in the lights of your glory. Pour out your power and love as we sing holy, holy, holy. Holy, holy, holy. Bless the Lord, bless the Lord. Let us pray. Our most righteous and eternal Father, Lord, we are gathered here on this platform to seek to glorify your name, oh God, to strengthen ourselves as youth of this JBUYD. Mighty God, we thank you for this opportunity. And even though we're faced with challenges throughout this pandemic, God, I know that you're mighty and you're sovereign and you are guiding us through this daily. Lord, we bless your holy name for this. And Lord, as we partake in this session now, I pray that the youths may be encouraged to open up, oh God, to take advantage of this opportunity to get proper responses to their challenges and queries. Mighty Father, I place our presenters before you, O God, and I pray that you may just speak forth from them so that they may offer us fruitful supplements that will aid in our development as young Christians, mighty God. Lord, this journey is not easy, but I put it before you, Heavenly Father, and I trust that you will show yourself mightily through us as youth of the Baptist Association. Mighty God, I pray for all other members or other persons who are present on this platform who might not be Baptist, but are eager to understand more, to get their thirst, a thirst for you as their Lord and Savior quenched, mighty God. I pray you may just work through us at this very moment. Help that it may go smoothly and all queries may be addressed accordingly. In your holy and precious name we pray. Amen. Are we ready? For today, we have two panelists, and they are Miss Henry, Arlene Henry, and also Sir Lance Fisher. To introduce Miss Henry, She is a graduate of the United Theological College of the West Indies, a daughter of the Garden Parish of St. Anne. She's also the deacon of the Ocherias Baptist Church. She has served almost 15 years at the Baptist head office in various capacities, including direct responsibility for youth, Christian education, media and communication, among other areas. She also served as JBU's chief event planner, coordinating and executing many events, both local and international. She served civil society representing the church on government boards and ecumenical church communities as well. She has completed her master's degree in diaconia and Christian social practice with the VID Specialized University of Oslo, Norway. Upon completing her master's degree, she presented her thesis on the topic of combating combating domestic violence through the Baptist Methodist churches as instruments of empowerment in the Jamaican context. She currently serves her local church in administration as well as project management for special development for a special development project of her church circuit. Please make Madam Henry feel welcome. Can I see? Are we here? Make her feel welcome. We're going to Sir Lance Fisher, who has spent years in youth ministry at local, national, and regional levels. His earliest years in ministry were spent at Brownstown's Baptist, where he engaged in music ministry with the children and youth choirs and also in youth fellowships. He later became involved in a broader scale with his youth fellowship. The first opportunity to serve at the national level was as a member of the Student Affairs Committee under the leadership of the Dave Collymore, then subsequently as vice chairman for the youth department with responsibility for student affairs, and eventually as chairman for the Jamaica Baptist Union Youth Department. During that time, Lance also served as Northern Director for the Caribbean, enjoyed time serving in youth adult fellowships and student ministry at Mona Baptist, where he currently serves as Sunday school teacher to the older children age group. So, having introduced our presenters, I'm gonna ask that we listening keenly to our presenters so we can make the most of this opportunity. And we'll now offer each presenter 5 to 8 minutes to do a little presentation to us here on this platform. Please feel welcome. Madam Henry, you can go first.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, youth department members, observers, delegates, all who are gathered on this platform. It is indeed a privilege and an honor to be able to address this forum. I was asked to give a testimony on my years serving on the youth department executive and serving generally. And I hope what I will share will be of some value to some, even one person who is listening. I start with the scripture, 1 Peter 4, verse 10, which says, each of you should use whatever gift you have received to serve others as faithful stewards of God's grace in its various forms. My relationship, I would say, with the youth department started many, many moons ago, possibly in the late 1990s as a zone rep on the youth executive, where I traveled from country to town to sharing that experience. And then this relationship, I believe, deepened when I joined a team of persons to one of our youth conferences overseas in Texas in late 1990s. And for me, that experience cemented my involvement in youth work. 4 years later, God directed my steps, and I had the privilege to serve in a more integral way directly at the JBU head office, where I served in the role as program coordinator. One of my responsibilities was for youth, among other things. The near 15 years I served were a mixture of many, many things. It was enlightening, it was exciting, it was challenging, it was fulfilling. There was lots of joy. It was also humbling and quite inspiring, just to name a few words. And I would say it stretched my abilities and capacity and helped me to identify other gifts and abilities that I didn't even know I had. So involvement, I would say to those who are listening, at other levels of youth work can take you to higher heights and deeper depths in your growth and development as a Christian. Through the roles and the responsibilities and the exposure and the experience of working with, for, and in youth ministry, also comes a wealth of knowledge and exposure, a look at the bigger picture, I would say. So you're in your local community, in your local church, but when you step and take the challenge to serve at another level, it really gives you a view of the bigger picture. Availing yourself to serve in the JBU Youth Department for those who may be considering it, and even those who are already serving, and the youth executive is an opportunity, I would say, that many have found to be enriching. And I am yet to meet one person who has regretted having that experience. I certainly have not. It's an experience that not only helps you to, at the stage where you're at currently, but in your future aspirations. I am still using so many of those experiences even now to help me to grow. So you will learn how to operate in a team, as a member of a team with some wonderful persons from various walks of life, learning different styles of leading and serving. It challenges as well as expands your view on what it means to serve, to be a servant leader. And so you're in two capacities. You may be, serving as a leader, but you're also learning from other persons. You learn how to lead and how to function in meetings and the rudiments of conducting a meeting, planning activities, wrapping and interacting with other youth and young adults at various ages and stages, learning about ministry with youth at other levels such as the Caribbean and the world. And your sense of knowledge that you can contribute to the work and the ministry on a wider scale can be inspiring and challenging, and challenges you to be so much a better person. It also gave me a greater sense of accountability because others were now looking up to me from different levels and inspired others to take the step as well. So you can be a role model for other persons, a mentor, as it were, for others. They now look to you for guidance and direction because you have a view of the bigger picture. So what I'm testifying to is that offering yourself in service at the national level is part and parcel of your Christian responsibility to discover, share your gifts and talents. And some might be saying, I don't think I have any gifts and talents that I want to share. But I believe you can start where you are. As long as you're willing and teachable, you'd be amazed at what gifts God will show you as you offer yourself in service, as you contribute in one way or another. And one thing I always remember, that serving at that level on the YD executive helps us to develop lifetime friendships and relationships. And I'm sure many persons here can attest to that. You meet persons who become your friends for life. And I cherish the days of serving as a member of the Youth Department Executive, as I am a better person for those years of service. And I guarantee it can be the same for you. So I challenge you to give of yourself, offer yourself to serve. And I just want to say that, as the scripture says, God is not unjust. He will not forget your work and the love you have shown him as you have helped his people and continue to help them. Hebrews 6, verse 10. Thank you for listening.
Well said, Madam Henry. We are truly inspired by your service on various levels or capacities that you were offered to. And I appreciate the fact of where you offered the fact that through serving and learning, you can also discover your gifts. So as young Christians, at times we tend to not understand where we are in God. We have the eagerness to serve, but then we are oftentimes timid or unsure of how to do so. So I understand more and I appreciate it that once we offer ourselves, we will discover our true gifts. Right? Good. So thank you very much, Madam Henry. We'll now move on to Sir Lance Fisher. Are you here, Sir Fisher?
Good afternoon, I'm here.
Yes, welcome.
Thank
Go
you very much.
ahead.
Okay. I'm sitting in my car. I'm not sure if you want to see video or if I should just go ahead and talk.
The Lord says, come as you are. We'd like to see your face, Sir Fisher.
Let's hope it doesn't affect the speed.
Oh, okay. If it does, you can take it off.
All right. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here. It is a pleasure to be with the youth department again and sharing in this manner. I don't have a very well prepared presentation like Arlene did. She's always very well prepared. And that's one of the things that I benefited from while I was a member of the executive. Arlene always being super organized and very, very well prepared. Praise Jesus. So I'll share a bit about my time working with youth department and I guess youth ministry in general. So I'm also not very good at recalling dates. Dave Collymore is much better at doing that. But I think I spent somewhere between 5 and 7 years as a member of the executive at different levels or in different positions. And I think I'll start, I guess, in the same way that Arlene started. I have come to, in my more recent years, recognize that my position is that if you can do something, you ought to do it. If you have been gifted in a certain way, you ought to use those gifts. If it is that something either speaks to you very strongly or bothers you greatly, that it could be God nudging you and saying to you that this is an area of ministry that He has prepared for you and prepared you for. And so that, I guess, underlies how it is that I became involved in youth ministry and youth department. My very first exposure to anything youth department was, I think I could have been about age 12, and Reverend Donald Lawrence took me one Saturday afternoon to this event that I had never heard of, had never been to, had no clue what it was, but he was going out there and it turned out to be a youth rally. And when I got to Oterios, I saw hundreds of young people screaming, making noise, cheering, just really almost going crazy. And some really, really good talent displays on stage. And I had no clue that our church had anything like this. And that ignited a bit of a fire in me, I guess, because it opened my eyes so wide that I was able to appreciate the value of having this kind of experience where young people were brought together in this way and could share ideas, could share energy, could share fellowship, and could be iron that sharpens iron as well. So add that to my upbringing in Brownstown Baptist Church, where it is that it is taught and very strongly reinforced, if you can do something, you're going to do it. And so at Brownstown, as a matter of routine, unless you rebel, as a matter of routine, you are automatically involved in many different ways, areas of ministry. There's always something to do. And so I think it provides good ground because everybody has some kind of gift to be used in some kind of way in some different place. And so when you're exposed to so many different areas of ministry, it allows you to find out where it is that God has gifted you specifically, or more specifically and especially for. And so we had that opportunity at Brownstown, and that allowed me greater exposure to Sabbath, the St. Anne Baptist Youth Fellowship, which of course again exposed me to the youth department and at this organizational level, should I say. So I got to meet people, and it is those relationships that helped me to recognize that there were opportunities for service. So when I got to UTech later, Dave Collymore approached me and said, "Hey, Lance, would you like to serve on the Students Affairs Committee?" And he explained what it was. It was really a matter of helping to connect people. Now, one of the things I've recognized is that this is one of the ways that God has gifted me. One of the things that I have recognized that I do pretty well is that I connect with people, and I connect people to people. And I don't think that I do very much beyond that. I will call everybody to the event, but I need somebody like Arlene to organize the event, to ensure that the food is there, that we have a venue to go to, that kind of thing, So I have over the years come to recognize the area that I'm better at and more gifted for, and it really is a matter of connecting with people. And for me, that is invaluable, because I think that is the heart of ministry, connecting with people. It is when you do that you're able to recognize or to find out what things bother people, what things inspire them, what things are talking to them. Like Jesus, in bringing salvation, he also fed people physical food. He also ministered to their physical needs. And you need to be able to connect with people, to establish relationships, to get to that point where, in my thinking, you earn the right to speak into their lives in a certain way. And that is what being involved in the Student Affairs Committee allowed me. And I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it thoroughly. And then when the end of that term was coming near, Dave said that, "Hey, I think you're good to take a step further in terms of leading the Student Affairs Committee." And I was happy to do just that, just to keep working, because I enjoy working. But of course, that position meant also being a vice chairman of the youth department. So that now gave me even more opportunity to be involved in meeting youth right across the parish, right across the island, sorry. And that just kind of rose into the following 2 years when I became chairman. The highlight for me of serving in those 3 years, first as vice chair and then as chairman, was just meeting people. You talk about parish interventions, you talk about the zone eliminations, you talk about being invited to different churches to speak. I recall, I can't recall if it was the first conference I would have gone to as chairman or the second one, but we recognized that the numbers of youth coming to conference had been declining each year. Each year it just went further and further down. And so we took a decision as an executive to just be really, really aggressive and robust in connecting, like communicating with the churches, with the youth in the churches, and saying, "Hey, conference is a fantastic experience for you to have. Come to the conference so we can connect, so we can learn, so we can share." And we actually did that almost like an island-wide tour, almost, where different teams of us went to different churches over a period of Sundays and said to the youth, "Come." I mean, that's all we did. We said the correspondence had been sent out. Every year we send out the letter. So the information is there, but for many different reasons, people don't know. And so we went out and we met with the youth on a Sunday afternoon, before church, during church, after church. And we said, "Hey, conference is coming up. Come to the conference." And the fruit of that effort was that the number that year, I don't recall the specifics of it, but it was significantly better than previous years. And we saw the response to the simple thing that we did by going to people, like standing in front of them and saying, come, and people responded. And that, for me, underscores the highlight of serving in the youth department, being able to connect with people. Because when I remember going to a church in the Porous Circuit, a small church, and we said, come, and people were excited to see us and to hear us. And when we got to rally and conference later that year, people were able to come to us and say, hey, here I am. Like people actually identified themselves, and we were able to identify the people and the churches that had not been there 2, 3, 4 years prior, and that we had seen and went to their churches on the Sunday morning, and they came, and there was connection. And that for me is the highlight, that I was available for God to use me to connect with people and to show them an opportunity for them to serve and for them to impact other people's lives in ways that they cannot measure. That for me is the highlight of youth ministry. I'll stop there. I think I've said quite a bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Fisher. Beautiful testimony. I would consider you to be the link that makes the link, right? Linky. Good. So we thank you once more for your testimony, and we'll move now into like questions that would have been brought to our minds whilst we're presenting or from even seeing the topic for today. So my first question is, what were some of the greatest fears that you both had faced whilst accepting these various leadership roles, and how did you handle these fears? You can respond according to how you had presented. So, Madam Henry.
Okay, fears, and we all have them, don't we? Fears would be, oh my God, what if I mess this up? Can I really do this? You know, will I succeed at this? Will people benefit from it? How will this happen? But that was about self. And then you discover that it's not about you, it's about God and what God can do. And so you overcome those fears over a period of time when you draw closer to God and you realize that it's really not you who are doing it, but God is working in and through you. For me, that was it. If I've answered all your question, if I heard all of it. Hello?
Yes. In them.
Say that again.
I'm moving on to Sir Fisher. If you could respond to the questions.
Yes, I would share similar sentiments. The first question that jumps to mind is, well, for me, the first question is why? Why me? Why is anybody coming to ask me this at all?
Mm-hmm.
Because you wonder, are you capable? Can you handle this?
Oh, I think his service might be giving a bit of trouble.
Can you manage it? Is it too big? It's another fear for me. You are somehow placed on a higher pedestal and you did not sin. And that can be very intimidating and troublesome because you wonder if you're holy enough. Essentially. You do.
Right.
So knowing and getting into God's word repeatedly is very helpful.
Right.
Understanding, like Arlene said, that one is not about us. And you're reminded of that many times. I was reminded many times in our experience, because the impact that it turns out we had, or that people said we had no clue we were even impacting them that deeply. One, so it wasn't about us. Two, it's always helpful to be reassured by God that, again, it's not about you, it's not about how holy or good you are, but the fact that He extends His grace to us to give us an opportunity to serve and to share. Yeah.
Beautiful. Okay, thank you very much, Sir Fisher. I see where Madam Service had entered a lengthy a lengthy question in our chat. I will now offer her the chance to voice this question to make it more interactive. Madam Service.
Rochelle,
Hi.
them work. All right. Let me turn on my camera. So it looks long, but it's not really a long question. In essence, I'm asking, when we hear the stories about how ministry was back in the days, it sounds so vibrant, so lively, like, everybody was involved, everyone was a part of it. Looking now forward into the type of ministries that we have, and we realize that it's more of a challenge to get persons to come out. There's so many excuses, and we get it. Society has changed, and a lot of things are now going on that weren't before. But I wanted to ask, both or panelists here with us, what are some of the practical things that you guys were able to implement back in the days, that you believe if we were to try it now, it would help to revive our ministry, or youth ministry specifically?
Well, I think Lance
Beautiful.
hinted at the fact that it wasn't all a bed of roses, and that there were challenges. For example, he spoke about youth rally and youth conference, and the short number of persons, the small number of persons from year to year. So no, it was not always a bed of roses. Some of the challenges you're having now, we had then. And we had to just, and I think that's where I appreciated so much teamwork, and the executive coming together and brainstorming and sharing ideas. What are some of the best practices that some of the associations were having? For example, this interfellowship and sharing of ideas from one youth ministry to another. We had what was called youth intervention. Was that the right name? O'Neill or somebody can remind me if that's the right name. I'm getting old. But where
Parish
we went
intervention.
out.
Parish
Intervention. Thank you, O'Neill. I can always rely on you. Where we went out to the various parishes, and we spent the entire weekend in the parishes to help to reassure the youth, to make them feel a part of the Jamaica Baptist Union Youth Department, because we had a saying, the youth department is about you. It's not about us at the head office. It's not about us at the youth department executive level. It's about you, the persons on the ground. And I think that was one thing that I think helped not only at the national level to increase the involvement, but at the parish level, at the church level, at the local level. So yes, there were issues, there were challenges trying to find persons to serve in different capacities on committees, and to stay committed. Some persons fell along the wayside, and how can we help to bring that kind of commitment and that kind of dedication? So yes, there were challenges, and there will continue to be challenges, and there are challenges all around the world as it relates to certain areas of ministry. So I would say, you have to come together as a team and brainstorm and share what is happening now, what is current that will work, because the challenges continue, and they may vary from one season to another, but sometimes it's more of the same, really. But to sit and find what will work in this current setting. We have all adjusted now to COVID-19. Nobody expected this. Nobody has experienced this before. So we are able to do it and to overcome the challenges. That would be it for me.
Thank you. Thank you. Beautiful. Sir Lance, anything on that question?
I have no specific suggestions in terms of what practical
What
things
to do now?
Because it's complex. It's complex. Like Arlene said, we had trouble. So even at the executive level, you would find, and you would find now in any term that, just like you find on your local youth fellowship executive, you're going to have members of the executive, members of the leaders of the team who just not pulling them weight, for different reasons, right? So the challenge challenges are always going to be a part of the reality, and I don't think that even as Christians that we ever expect to have life without challenge. What
So
I
true.
will say is that
So true. So true.
whatever practical steps you take as a national executive, as a parish executive, as a local church fellowship, whatever steps you take, I think ought to be underpinned by principles.
Right.
So for me, a big thing is always, I'm going to be Baptist, and I'm going to give you 3 C's, if I can remember them. Yeah. Connection, communication, commitment. So whatever you do, you want to be able to connect with the people you want to reach. So you need to have some kind of idea of what it is appeals to them or will get their attention. Sometimes, even in church, youth ministry, you do some kind of gimmick just to get people's attention, because until you have their ears, you can preach from now till the morning, they're still not hearing the gospel. So you have to connect with them. And then once you have connected, you can communicate or tell the message that you want to tell in a relatable way, in a way that uh, is done by building a relationship. So it cannot be that you simply send out a WhatsApp forward or a push message, or only call somebody when you have some work for them to do, or only call people when it is a special kind of event, but seek to maintain a relationship. And so when you get to doing it practically, that depends on your context, because if it's a small group, you can do a one-to-one kind of relationship. If it's a larger group, you have to be more creative, whether breaking into subgroups or having events that kind of bring people together and allow people to meet and to talk with each other, whether virtually or physically. But all of that, for me, I think is aimed at the third C, which is commitment. Because the bottom line for me, commitment. For me, the bottom line is that each person needs to be convinced and convicted for themselves that there is some value in being engaged in this ministry, in continuing with their walk with Christ, whatever it is, because nobody, no leader, no president, no pastor can continuously, consistently push anybody to do anything. And we don't want for youth ministry to simply be a performance. Yeah, it's okay, I guess, when people are not as mature and when they're just starting out, that people do things because it looks good. But ultimately, we want people to do what they are convinced and convicted that God is telling them to do. And so those are what I would suggest, that you underpin your practical activities, events, meetings, whatever it is, by seeking to connect and communicate with people so that they themselves will grow in a commitment to Christ.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Sir Fisher. And that will lead us into a next question. As you had mentioned earlier, Sir Fisher, of being able to carry out your roles effectively, we are required to get more in depth with Christ, like reading our Bibles, more building connections. But then how is it that we are able to prepare ourselves otherwise, like from administrative ways then, or our means to actually be effective in our roles?
All right, so I hope I'm able to answer your question. You have to be disciplined. You have to be disciplined. You have to mean what you say what you mean, and do it.
Right.
I mean, you can't go around that. You just have to do it. And we have different personalities. So some personalities are kind of very didactic, straight-laced, ones and zeros. They're very organized, and they'll get the job done. they'll have the place ready, whatever it is. Other personalities are the the more creative types. So, former youth director at Mona Baptist, I know the general secretary at SCFSU. Many of you will know him, Sheldon O'Connor. He's a friend of mine, and I often tease him and call him Joseph the Dreamer, because Sheldon always has these fantastic ideas that when he just explains them to you, you're tired because the ideas are so big. But it is great when Sheldon can dream and he can sell you a vision. And I think that one of the things you need to do is to figure out how it is that you think, how it is that you are able to communicate ideas, and then in a sense, figure out who among you, who on the team is better at doing different things. Because I may be excellent at organizing the event, but don't ask me to go up and rile up the crowd as an MC. It won't happen, right? So that's something I would suggest. Figure out what, who is good at what, and allow people to go where their gifts are. Be disciplined and just do what you said you would do, and always, always try to live with balance. So work hard, but also I would suggest, this is my opinion, work hard, play hard, meaning that while you're engaged in ministry, which may be enjoyable, I'm going to assume that for most of you, if not all of you, it is actually something you enjoy doing. It still is and can feel like work, and so you need to have an outlet to relax, whether it is exercise or meeting with friends, something healthy, of course, so that you're able to maintain balance, because you do not want to get to the point of burnout. And I'll share a bit of my testimony. To be very honest, towards the end of my period as chairman, I was looking forward to the end, because it was fun work. I enjoyed it, but it was hard work, and I was getting tired towards the end. And you want to live with balance, so that you don't get to the point where you're really tired or burnt out and you just crash and fall off the cliff. So seek to maintain balance in your life. Have some fun in the work.
If I might just add something, quickly, I would just add to what Lance has said, and that you need a support system. And that accounts for the balance that he spoke about as well. A support system, a set of people who you can bounce things off, a set of people who can encourage you and remind you in terms of what you're doing. To ensure that you have persons who are praying for you, who are in your corner to help you along, because there will be moments when you become overwhelmed, stressed out, and feel like sometimes, oh, I can't do this, but you need that.
Absolutely true.
Yes, I agree, and I trust that the Lord has placed various persons in all the Baptist churches to offer this kind of income and get their assistance about administration. How do you think us as youths can start ministries within the church from an administrative point of view? Like, we know that we have a burning matter on our hearts to actually assist with, but how do we then convert this into a ministry to make it a holistic effort from the church to target this actual challenge? Madam Arlene?
Yes, I will answer that, because recently I've relocated to Ocherius, which is my home, and where my home church is. And I have had the opportunity to once again be involved in youth ministry. And it was more, a kind of revival of our youth ministry in our church, in our circuit. And yes, one example was, for example, our dance ministry. We had it some time ago, and we realized, based on a survey and questions that we asked, that there were some persons who were interested in the dance ministry. So what we had to do was, one, identify persons who are interested in that particular ministry, because there's no sense starting a ministry nobody's interested in. So that's for one. So you have to be sure that this ministry that you want to start has interested persons, whether it is you are going to interest them or they already have an interest. And two, you need, again, a support team, a team of persons that you can put together, including the youth. And this is an important part of it, that we cannot plan things for youth without youth. Very, very important that you bring together some of these same persons who are interested and other persons who are leaders to bring together and plan exactly what it is, flesh out what it is that you're thinking for this youth ministry, and to see the different steps that you need to take. So you need to have a plan of action. I mean, that's me, because I am a person who is very organized and like to have things in a certain order. So for me, that would be the first step. And of course, you have to be praying about it, because you would have assumed that you were led by the Spirit to start this ministry and that it would be of some use. And of course, you approach the relevant persons in your churches that you need to approach to get permission or whatever it is, or to get the support that you need. Funding is always important, so that you have persons who will support you when you delve into this ministry. And then you set a date, set specific goals, set a date. This is when we'll start, this is what we'll do, and have a plan of action for at least a month or two.
I agree. And if I might share my little testimony, I was actually drawn to my church that I'm currently a member of through the dance ministry. So ministries have their parts within the church. It's just for us to establish them and to make them effective so we can call persons into the body of Christ. Because look at me now, this was like less than 3 years ago, and the Lord is just working. So I would encourage us also as youths not to be scared or timid about the fact of becoming involved or starting a ministry. But as Ms. Arlene would have expressed to us, there are different steps involved, and I hope you are making notes, as I was, right? Any more questions, anybody, as we are winding down for
Can I ask a question verbally?
Are you here, people? Feed me.
Are you hearing me? Hello?
Go ahead.
Yes, I'm Roberto. Good afternoon.
Yes, we are. Go ahead.
So what I would like to comment on is the first question from before that was asked by Chanel. And one thing I realized after serving some time, and still is serving time in youth ministries, that you have to always be on the ball. You have to always keep the ball rolling. And you have to, and another thing I've realized as well is that no one size fit all. And another thing as well is that you may take suggestions from them in terms of what they would like to see. But when the actual thing is in place, you find it that after a time, they are no longer interested, and so on and so forth. And as a youth leader, it brings you at a crossroads, because you're saying, you're trying to find the middle ground in terms of what they want. And you're at a crossroads. And I have many of my youth leaders, because I serve on the Parish Association of St. James as the vice president. Many of my youth leaders will say, boy, I don't, and the lack of interest. And so it really pulls you sometimes, and it really discourages you as a youth leader. And one thing I can say, that serving in the capacity as a youth leader, especially in the local churches and so on, it really takes a lot of encouragement. You really have to keep yourself motivated. You really have to be into the word and just realizing that hey, I am not here because of me, but God has placed me here right now for a reason, right? Even if things are not going the way you would like it to go. But, you know, so you really have to be in tune with that as well, trying to deal with the lack of interest of our young people,
True.
right? And yes. And another thing I've been telling them as well is because even the very Zoom, many of these things that are happening now on Zoom or any other online platforms, we used to have to go to Kingston or we used to have to fly out for it or wherever it is. But now it is at our fingertips, right in the comfort of our home or wherever we are.
Mm-hmm.
And even the very online platforms, they are saying that, oh well, we're overwhelmed with this and so on and so forth. So I have to be telling people to see, telling them that, hey, you see, after this corona, after this virus has subsided, you cannot come out the same way as how you entered. There has to be some change. There has to be some brush up in skills or something, some more empowerment,
Yes,
something
yes.
has to, some transformation has to take place with all of what is happening. Take advantage of these free opportunities. They are here for all of us. So I'm just telling you that it's not easy. Sometimes you're really discouraged and you're wondering why you're here as a youth leader and so on. But you really have to be encouraging yourself and you really have to have that support system, as was mentioned earlier, to deal with the lack of interest of our young people and to finding that balance, that middle ground. Because somebody may like this, somebody else may not like that, and it's a whole roller coaster ride. But just have to just keep holding it and realizing that you're not here because of you, but God has placed you where you are, whether as a secretary, a PRO, or wherever position you are, member at large, or whatever it is. God has
Yes.
placed you
Mm-hmm.
at this position right now for a reason, and not for us, but to serve.
Yes. Bless you.
Right.
Bless you, Brother Roberta. Bless you. Beautiful, beautiful. I could appreciate your comments even much more. But then we also have another question being posed to our panelists today. This is from Anna K. Mighty, wherein she says, what advice would you give to the youth leader who is not liked by the youth in the church? Should such person step down or not? Panelists?
The first question I would ask is not liked by whom? Well, I think she said, is it the leaders?
The youth. The youth in the
The
church.
youth, or
Yeah.
not liked by the youth in the church.
Right.
If I were to get technical, I would ask, what does that mean? Is that they are non-responsive to what is suggested and what is planned, and is there a deeper issue
Okay.
that needs to be addressed?
Hold on. Henry, 1 minute. Anna K, could you there? Go ahead, Anna K. Come on, Mighty, you can do it. The floor
I
is
think
yours.
she right, not liked or not supportive.
Yeah, I thought not supportive, but I would have loved to hear her voice. All right, Steve. She's coming. Yeah.
Right, Anna K. Right. So it does happen that you're in a particular context and you don't feel the support and you feel that everybody's against you. The first thing I would say would be to assess yourself first and foremost, what it is that might be happening that has caused this kind of response. Is it something we always need to do some self-assessment in situations like these? Is there somebody you can talk to share with, to hear from them, from their perspective, what you feel you might not be doing right or what might be the problem? Because there might be some deeper issue that needs to be addressed, as I mentioned before. And if trying all of this and talking to leaders and other persons and those you might be able to talk to as the youth is not reaching anywhere, it is possible that you could step back to see what is happening and how you can probably offer yourself another time to serve because there's no point in a leader serving who doesn't feel as if they're giving anything or they're being supported in some way. But usually for those issues, I feel there is always something underlying that needs to be addressed. It is hard, and it's usually in the context that it is that you would deal with it, and you would have to expand a little in terms of, you know, what exactly is happening for you to interpret that you're not being supported or not liked, and to see, you know, some of the reasons that might be behind it.
Thank you, Auntie Henry. I see where Shauna and 1 minute, Sir Fisher. I saw where Shauna and the Brian were saying that Jesus never get no support, no people never like him. So it comes with the Christian walk, I believe. Sir Fisher, your response?
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to add to what Arlene said, well, to echo some of what Arlene said and to add something else. The first thing, Arlene said it nicely. I want to say check yourself. Because the truth is that none of us is perfect. None of us is always nice. And there are some things that we do and some ways in which we operate that turn people off that we're not even aware of. Because you go up in your house and I say you talk, and you're normally in your house and nobody in your family has any issue with it. But when you go to a road, it kind of jars people. And you don't mean to be offensive or to push people off, but some people don't like it. Okay? So the first thing I do is to say, check yourself, do your self-assessment, but also ask some people, even the people that you think don't like you, because sometimes it's just a matter of perception. We think they don't like us. And sometimes they think we don't like them, which is why they don't like we. You know, and you could have a whole heap of things happening just because people think something and nothing goes so in truth. So have a conversation with people who are kind of like, if in your church you have a youth deacon, ask your youth deacon what they think about how you're operating, and ask them before in beginning the conversation, ask them just to be very honest with you. Tell them you want to hear it, and so be prepared to hear some difficult things as well.
True.
And so ask the youth deacon or somebody who's outside but just kind of looking on at youth ministry to tell you what they think about how you are doing. Ask the people as well who you think don't like you, if it is that them don't like you. Ask it nicely, of course. And you may want to ask the persons individually, or at most in a kind of 1 to 2, you and 2 persons at most. If the 2 persons are comfortable with each other, but just have a candid, open, honest conversation with the person and tell them you want them to tell you the truth. And then where it is that people say to you, I don't like you because, or I don't come to the event because you, then tell them thank you. Take some time to think about it. And then you may want to ask somebody like your best 2 friends, is this true? Do you see this same thing in me or about me? So that it helps for you to kind of come to a place of accepting where you need to grow. Not what is wrong about you or bad about you, but the area that you have space to grow in, right? And for me, it's a huge thing when God can point out some things to you and say, hey, I want you to get that a little bit better in this area. And so it's kind of a blessing if it is that people don't like you because something wrong about you and they get to tell you, you know, this is wrong about you. It's a blessing when you get the chance to grow in those experiences, because if you don't grow, you're going to stay stuck there. Even when your hair turning gray and your knees are weaker, you're stuck there and you don't want to be stuck at a place of immaturity. The very first thing I would say you should do, however, before you do anything else, pray. Pray and ask God Himself to show you if you are doing something wrong. Pray for the people who don't like you or who you think don't like you. Pray for so that you will be ready to make changes that may be necessary. Pray that God will allow the people who you're going to talk to ask for feedback, for them to be very honest with you and to be kind, so that the outcome you want to achieve is better relationship. Not that you look nice, but that you have a better relationship with the people, and so that God's name is glorified because you have a better relationship with your brother and sister in Christ.
Amen.
Yes, I strongly concur, Sir Fisher. And also in commenting as well, I would like into the section wherein Roberta had expressed that we were not placed in these leadership roles by chance. We were basically appointed by God because He is the omniscient. He knows all, and he will have his work be done in his own time and in his own manner. And also, I would say to Anake as well that even though we're in these roles, it's not just a chance for you to work. But as Sir Fisher would add to that, it's a chance for us to see where we are lacking as Christians or humans and redirect ourselves into the path where we are more effective and more friendly or more cooperative and make right the wrongs. And I would also see it as a way of rubbing down the rough edges. So never mind the negativity can be good. It's just for us to turn it into positivity based on how we take it. So you can act on these suggestions that were offered and just be led by the Holy Spirit, because we're not here by chance. What we're doing now is not by chance either. So just pay attention and give it your best shot.
Right. Sorry, and just to say that it is true that in some cases people don't like you for no good reason.
Yeah.
They like your mother, or if their mother don't like you, your mother, and so them don't like you for no good reason. And so in the case like that where you can do nothing about it because you didn't do anything to cause it in the first place, the only thing I say you can do is to pray about it and make God handle it from a distance.
So true, so true. I would like to share from the comment section wherein Sister Monica has said she is truly blessed and encouraged by this presenter. She's basically bigging you guys up, for being so beautiful in your presentation. I see where Kenisha Fowler is here. Yes, ma'am. Kenisha? Madam Kenisha? Kenisha Henry? Okay, she not realizing what she's happening. Okay, the floor is open.
Hi, Rochelle.
No, you're just late, so do Kenisha. What is it? Do you have a question on the topic at hand, Madam? Youth leader share.
No, not a question, but to just endorse what the speakers have just said. Know that when you are going, you're not going in it by yourself, and you are never alone. Just allow the Spirit of God to work with you. Allow the circle that you are in, the committee that you are on. We can all learn from each other, because I, for one, have learned so much being on Casabaya. It has, and even in my job, things we learn and take from different places and fit it into our churches, into our very own lives. And believe me, over time it will be a breeze.
Yes, amen, and God will use us even further. I see where Chanel is sharing us or reminding with us or theme for this year, wherein she says, God have we back. So don't be fearful, guys. Just trust the process and let God work. Now I see where Marcel has a comment where he says, I think as well, if you have an executive body, quarterly or half-yearly assessment is needed. No brush over the assessment, cause Roberta said. No brush over the assessment, cause as Roberta said, something you have been doing is great today and tomorrow it's boring. Yeah, so it's kind of hard to remain consistent in these times. Well, I think it has always been a long said story where we have to then find ways to make this Christian walk more attractive and more interesting to keep or to get persons involved or become a part of the body of Christ. Okay, guys, I strongly appreciate your comments and questions. Shauna says, yes, and exec retreats are important, especially in the 2-year term. So yes, a very intimate interaction is also important. I would agree with Shauna on that topic, wherein we can open up as executives and, flesh out a lot of matters so we can move on into the next term with better standing. Because oftentimes it's the same persons that are being rotated within the post, within the executive body. So yeah, retreats are very important, guys. Now, I think we're winding down some more. Any more questions or comments? Right, I see Cara Witter has said, how do you motivate youth who are very insular and into themselves? Clingish or cliquish, right? How do you motivate those persons? The introverts, I would think, yeah.
I would say you possibly need to learn a bit about them and to find what they like, their interests, and to start working with them in a small group setting, possibly, depending on their preferences and so on, and to gradually help them, get them involved in different things so they gradually see the bigger picture. Sometimes some persons just need to be taken out of their current setting for a little while to see all that is happening around them in the parish, whether in the parish or whether in the wider Jamaica Baptist Union. I mean, as Lance said, he didn't know about Rally. And he was a youth very involved in his church for how long, and he didn't know that Rally existed right there in his parish every year, and that is happening to many people. And so sometimes I think we just have to step out of our comfort zones or help them to step out of their comfort zones. And yes, you'll have persons who resist, but sometimes a one-on-one relationship, a one-on-one connection, or find somebody who can relate to them to help them to see outside of the box that they're in. But different things work for different people. So there's no, as someone said earlier, no one size fit for everybody in terms of that kind of, and that can be really a challenge to get persons who are very much introverts and into themselves to step out. I mean, I think I was an introvert or something like that some time ago, but it takes some time, and somebody's showing some interest in you or investing in you as a person. Earlier on, Shauna spoke about mentors. And those are some ways I think that can help.
I agree. Like, it's my personality, in layman terms, people would say, she no fi, yes, me enough, bad. And why a person would say that I'm enough then, or interpret it that way, whenever I see someone that is too reserved, too quiet, not involved, it sparks my interest. Like, I want to know beyond what they display. So with that, I'll find myself becoming more interactive with persons. And what amazes me the most is to see how they open up. It's like I have accomplished my goal. Like, it intrigues me just to get that done. So never mind, people, we are all Christians. We are one family. And don't let the secular matters around us or the fact of being shy or nervous distract us from reaching out to each other, because you never know what difference you'll make in another person's life. Like, as Sister Henry would have said, that she would have been introverted before, but then having been attended to by an interested person, she would have come out of her shell. So let's be that kind of person. Open up and share with others so they can actually open up as well, because this Christian walk requires openness. I agree. Marcel Clark would say, don't ever be the king or queen on the throne that doesn't know what is happening to the people. So yes, we need to reach out to each and every one. And if you realize there's a personality clash, I think, we can divert the interest to someone else that could actually get into that person's skin. So yeah, we got to do this, guys. You know, we got to stay on track. Got to have it back. Fine. Any more questions, guys? I don't see any timeline being set for me. I guess we can run it till 6 o'clock. What do you guys think?
Rochelle, just one quick thing, and I want to really pick up on just to say quickly something that Shauna shared in her presentation earlier about bridging the gap, which is a big thing and continues, and it has been going on for ages and generations. But I think we should challenge ourselves as youth to be mentors. And in answering that question that Cara placed there in terms of persons who are introverts, challenge yourself to reach out to somebody who you think is an introvert, be a mentor for that person and assist them to open up.
I agree. So no, Sir Fisher, go ahead quickly.
Yeah, so what I'd like to say, I think, connects with what Arlene just said, with what Kira asked, and with what Roberto also said earlier, the matter of youth losing interest, which is a reality. We get bored. Sorry, and goes back to the question that Shaniel
very important.
Asked, in terms of how it is that what specific things she asked would you do. One specific thing I would suggest is that you be very strategic, particularly when it is that you have either a very small leadership team or a small portion of the leadership is committed, or if it's you alone serving a large group. Be very strategic about it. So, for instance, you might want to plan a major event every month or however often, because you know that the majority of your youth, 9 out of 10 of the youth that you serve, all they want is excitement and the event. And so, yes, you will do that however often it is necessary to kind of keep them engaged, because you want to keep them, at least put them through the door so they can get a prayer and hear the word. But in addition to doing those large events to kind of pull the numbers, when you get the numbers, be strategic about reaching 1 or 2 or 3 of them, taking them, forgive the expression, it's not the best way to say it, but almost as a project to say, okay, this year or for this 3 months or for this 2 years, I'm going to seek to either pull out, expressions are very bad right now, but pull out this introvert, or to connect on a deeper level with these 2 or 3 persons, so that it becomes a relationship building. It may be mentoring, however you want to look at it or call it. But your aim is, particularly when you have a large group that is disinterested, the aim is that you want to grow your team of influencers. You want to help 2 or 3 people, 1 or 2 or 3 people, to become serious about God this year.
Mm-hmm. Hello, Sir Fisher.
Still being heard? Rochelle?
Oh, okay. I tripped out. I'm sorry. So you're
I
through?
think the whole meeting was right. Just to say that, be strategic so that you take a little time and grow your circle of influencers who will be working with you to reach the wider circle of people who just come for the events every now and again.
All right, guys. Thank you very much, Sir Fisher. We appreciate you both so much. We have gone over our time by 11 minutes. And with that being said, I would like to extend my humblest appreciation. I might not have known you, Sister Henry, nor Sir Fisher before now, but I am truly blessed. I'm truly blessed by your presentations and your interaction with us. And we pray the Lord continue to use you as vessels for his ministry, for his glorification, and for all persons who are participating in this session. We bless you as well. I'll now hand over to Sister Janelle Powell, as she will advise us how we are going to be proceeding for the rest of the evening. Thank you, guys. Love you. Be blessed.
Blessing.
Thank you, Rochelle. And I too would like to add my own word of gratitude to both Lance and Arlene for sharing with us their experiences, their knowledge, their wisdom, and encouraging us to stay on track because God have our back. At this time, we are going to take a break until our Bible study session, which starts at 7 p.m. So you get a longer break this time around, but make sure you log back in for our bonfire Bible study. All right. So I hope you've been enjoying the day so far. I haven't checked our social media to see what the action is there, but I have another giveaway. So if when I check social media, I see somebody who has said something from this session here, shared something that you've learned from this youth leader share session, you tag the youth department in it, and you have the hashtag JBUYCAR20, then you can get a credit as well. All right, so I'll see you at 7. Well, we start at 7. So you should log on before 7 so that we can start promptly at 7 with Bonfire Bible Study. Enjoy the rest of your evening and looking forward to seeing you later.
To walk in Jerusalem just like John. I want to be ready. I want to be ready. I want to be ready. To walk in Jerusalem just like John. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound. Jerusalem just like John. I once was lost, but now I'm found. I want to be ready. I want to be ready. I want to be ready to walk in Jerusalem just like John. John, oh John, now did you say Jerusalem just like John that you'll be there on judgment day? Jerusalem just like John. I want to be ready. I want to be ready. I want to be ready to walk in Jerusalem just like John. We'll walk in Jerusalem round by round. To walk in Jerusalem just like John. A long white robe and a starry crown. To walk in Jerusalem just like John. I want to be ready. I want to be ready. I want to be ready to walk in Jerusalem just like John. You better mind how you step on the cross. To walk in Jerusalem just like John. Set your foot, they slip, and you so below. Yeah. I want to be ready. I want to be ready. I want to be ready to walk in Jerusalem just like John. I want to be ready. I want to be ready. I want to be ready to walk in Jerusalem just like John. Well, some come crippled and some come lame. Just like John. Some come walking in Jesus' name. Just like John. I want to be ready. I want to be ready. I want to be ready to walk in Jerusalem just like John. When I get to heaven, I'll sing it now. To walk in Jerusalem just like John. Nobody there gonna put me out. To walk in Jerusalem just like John. I want to be ready. I want to be ready. I want to be ready to walk in Jerusalem just like John. I want to be ready. John, to walk in Jerusalem, just like John, to walk in Jerusalem, just like John, Jerusalem, just like John, to walk in Jerusalem, just like John, Jerusalem, just like John, to walk in